4-0 win. James Van Riemsdyk scored in the first period to make it 1-0 Detroit before Andrew Kopp and Nate Danielson made it 3-0 in the second period. That was Danielson's second career goal. Dylan Larkin then iced it with an empty netter late in the game for the 4-0 victory. John Gibson had a season-high 39 saves in his first shutout of the year. Todd McClellan gave the Wings netminder the lion's share of the credit after the game. The Wings now have won 3 of their last 4 games and are 16-11-3 on the season. They take on the Flames in Calgary at 8:30 tomorrow night. And the Eagles lost their third straight game last night, falling 22-19 to the Chargers on Monday Night Football. Jalen Hurts had 5 turnovers, which included 4 interceptions. The Eagles have now lost 3 straight games and are 8-5 this year. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. It's Tuesday. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Good morning. I'll try that again. Turn my mic on. How are you this morning?
Good.
How was your, Tuesday? Monday night.
Mondays come before
Monday
Tuesdays.
Night Football.
Yes.
How was your enjoyment of Monday Night Football last night?
The hot potato game?
Yeah. One great stat. And I was watching the play, and I had no idea that this would even be a stat this morning, but it is. And that is Jalen Hurts is the first player since, 1978? Or I heard it at least 1978 that had 2 turnovers on one play. Threw an interception. It was fumbled. He recovered it, then fumbled it, and the Chargers recovered it. Could have been a better team.
I think that's the result we want. We want NFC teams to lose, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We want them to lose as much as possible, and I'm curious too. Is there some type of mystical entity that is directing who's going to win the NFC East? Because I believe it, Greg. You might be able to remind me on this. Is it 8 years in a row now that they've had there has not been a back-to-back winner in the NFC East, and the Eagles obviously had a very comfortable league, and we know what happened to Dallas last week. They're 6-6-1.
Eagles are 8-4, only a game and a half up.
Yeah, so it's just funny.
It is funny. Late night, the Red Wings win 4-0. A shutout for John Gibson.
Late night.
Late night.
Yeah.
If you really staying up,
Good
Jonesy,
job,
for
Gibby.
some hockey. Yeah, look, I think that's the headline because he has not made a lot of big saves this season. He made every save last night. If you want just an idea of what's going on with the Red Wings right now, they began the day out of the playoffs. They are in first place in the division after the win. That's how tight things are right now in the Eastern Conference and the Atlantic Division.
First place team. We got 2 first place teams. Wings and the Pistons.
That's right.
So
just as we all predicted.
Soak it up.
Right. Hey, they're out west.
Tomorrow it might be different.
Exactly. And look, you just got to keep things afloat when you go out west. These are not great hockey teams. The Canucks, the Flames will be next. Go beat them, take advantage of it, and away you go. Because if the East is so tight, it's going to be judged by how you do on these West Coast trips.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you got 3 more out there. Well, 2 more out there, and then on your way back, you stop in Chicago. Couple games at home, and so you're going to be judged on what you do out there, and quite honestly, I mean, the West Coast trips haven't been too bad for them. Hey, we'll see what happens when we get to your month.
My month. The month. The third month of the year. The month that shall not be named. Let's talk about this month. The winter meetings are underway, John. Have you been paying attention to what's been said or any of the chatter from what the Tigers are up to?
Well, with the winter meetings, I keep all day long. I've kind of got my eye on the notifications thinking that there might be some Scooble news or some trade news or some signings because it's all Major League Baseball, right? It's all that trickle effect throughout the entire offseason, and you're kind of thinking maybe, I know Pete Alonso is actually down there himself.
Oh, okay.
Marketing himself to teams.
Handing out pamphlets. Here are my stats.
Yeah, I saw the headline. He was driving down to the winter meetings, which I don't believe he was driving, but it depends where he's coming from. But yeah, there's always seems to be some type of news coming out of there, and we haven't seen any news in terms of player movement.
Mm-hmm.
We did have some news yesterday.
I got this blurb in front of me, and it's a lot from what Scott Harris said yesterday, and none of it is inspiring. We're back to talking about blocking players again, so if you wonder how this is going to go. When asked about external additions, he said, the answer is yes. Can we find those opportunities? I'm not sure. And then he went to highlight all the young players they have and some positive regression. And at the very end of this blurb, he's bringing up Matt Vierling, so you can get a sense of how this is going to go.
What does positive regression mean?
It's the opposite of so you think regression is negative.
Yes.
So players are underperforming. Water's going to find its level the other way.
The other way, they're going to.
Yes.
Okay. So
it's a nerdy term.
Positive regression sounds
like an oxymoron.
Yeah, it sounds moronic. Yeah.
Well,
if we could somehow mash those two words together, like progression.
Right.
Yes, Greg. He's looking for progress from his young players, but he used the phrase positive regression because he's a very analytical, very intelligent man, Scott Harris.
Such a dork way to say it.
It is.
Sorry.
But at the end, he says that they don't want to block guys.
All right.
So is this how this is going to go?
So does that mean McGonigal and Clark and all the guys are going to be on the opening day roster?
See, we had the report that McGonigal was not expected to make the opening day roster.
So who are you going to not block then? Because everyone else was on. As I understand it.
I know we did this stupid dance with Jace Young a couple years ago. I just want to know when we're going to actually feel like this team can challenge for a World Series, and that belief will be met by the people making the decisions. Not just make the playoffs, but win the World Series.
So are they not in on your guy or any other guy?
So that's one of the other headlines. Again, I'm keeping an eye on this stuff. Lukewarm on Bregman, which I don't understand. They were goo gaga over the guy a year ago. They didn't get enough production out of third base. He would have been an upgrade. They sorely missed his bat in the postseason.
Is that posturing
maybe,
for
maybe, to be fair, maybe.
The agent?
Yeah, lukewarm but could heat up.
Yeah.
Once the two, rekindle. I don't know, John.
Yes. Once they get a chance to sit down over a candlelit dinner.
Oh, it's going to be great. Scott Harris, Scott Boras.
Yeah, bottle of wine.
Little pasta, little Lady in the Tramps. Oh,
maybe I tell you what, you could send one of your candles. If that one was the one that was lit at the table, it might seal the deal. The Bregman candle.
What would the...
You're putting it on both ends.
Oh, God. What would the notes, the scents be in a Bregman
I don't know.
candle?
You're the candle expert. You're the scent master.
I'll have to go into the lab and work on that one. John, early returns, not good. Not good.
I am of the mindset that I do believe a lot of it is publicly posturing, which I don't know. Well, okay. So this is my point. I don't really understand why you would publicly posture. The fans want you to do something. It does you no favors with the fan base to say lukewarm or we're not aggressively pursuing any huge additions like that. That makes no sense to me. And with Scott Boras, I don't know that posturing, unless you're going to use witty puns and rhyme all your words, or they're going to start with the same letter. I'm not sure that matters to Scott Boras either.
Yeah, when you're talking about Matt Vierling didn't get a spring training, Wencel Perez didn't get a spring training, Parker Meadows didn't get a spring training, it feels like you're already starting to justify a dud of an offseason. We watched this team go comatose in the playoffs back-to-back seasons. You don't want to do anything about it? Then, John, there's one conclusion. If the offseason's not going to yield a big-time impact bat, a serious addition to challenge for a World Series, you know where I'm going with this.
Well,
they're going to have to trade Tarek Skubal. It's cut and dry. If you're not going all in, you're trading Tarek Skubal. It's irresponsible to do otherwise.
Are the prospects that you don't want to block?
Well, of course.
But to me, this is a huge step back. Did he reconsider what he said in his postseason press conference? And we all we didn't shower him with praise for admitting that they could have done more, but they did say that.
Yeah, it's funny as you read back through and listen back through to what he said. One of the quotes from his postseason press conference was, I think the more pressing and fundamental question is, how does a top 8 offense for 5 months become a bottom 8 offense in September? That's the question that keeps me up at night. Sounds like his answer was
more spring training.
My players are good enough. They had a bad month or two. Cool. All right. Look, I'm not going to do yelling and screaming. This is the reality. This is how they view their baseball team. They are going to run it like a small market operation.
There's just so many factors involved right now. Are they going to run it back? And maybe they actually run it back with Skubal because they believe that there's either going to be no baseball in 27, there's going to be an abbreviated season, but whatever comes out of the new CBA, there's going to be some type of mechanism for them to be able to acquire or retain good players that's not going to cost them as much as a franchise. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what their thinking is, what their thought process is, if they want to put a better product out there, and if they want to compete for division titles, if they want to compete for conference championships and ultimately a World Series. What are they doing? What are they thinking?
Yeah, I mean, again, the majority of our growth as an offense is going to come from within. We're going to try to find a way to improve without blocking those guys.
Well, I guess I would like to know who those guys are first. Like, if I'm looking into that,
I don't want to read again. It's like it's a novel. This excerpt from Petzold from the Free Press. But so he says we have a very young group still entering their prime. Torque, Green, Carp. Those guys took a big step forward. Parker Meadows, Dylan Dingler, Colt Keith, Wenzel Perez, another group coming behind them. I think the majority of our growth as an offense is going to come from within. It's going to come from the first group continuing to get better into their prime, and that second group making leaps that the first group just made. It's going to come from the next wave, some of the best prospects in all of baseball that are going to start to make their leap. We're going to find a way to improve the offense without blocking those guys because they're too important to our present and future. Even with the context, it doesn't do them any favors.
No.
We got waves. John, we're so good. We have so many waves of good baseball players that we shouldn't add. That is the takeaway from Scott Harris and this front office in Detroit. We are so good, and we are going to be so good that we don't need to add, and it would be a bad idea to add. That is the sales pitch. That's not what I watched the last 2 postseasons. It's not what I watched at the end of last season.
No.
And to sell me, there's even more, John. Gleyber Torres was brought up specifically as a solution. One problem, Torres was already on the team last year.
Right. So what's the solution? That they just keep him healthy?
We can play some of that audio coming up next. Plus, Buster Olney has some thoughts on the Skubal situation, one of baseball's insiders. It's next, 97.1. Tell you about KG Law. Look, if you or someone you love, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need to call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So, if you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. They care about you. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's Scott Harris, president of baseball ops. I got no issue highlighting what Gleyber Torres brings to the table. He was just already at the table. Doesn't solve, doesn't provide a solution. You need help outside the organization.
Well, it's just running it right back. And do you think, okay, do we ask the question then, is the team, if they run it back, going to be more like the team prior to the All-Star break or after the All-Star break? And I mean, that's going to be the question. And I don't know that I want to go through into a season hoping that they're more like the team that was at the beginning of the season. We have great hope, and we enter every season with the hope that new seasons bring. But to sit there and think that Riley Green is not going to strike out 200 times and you're going to get more production, even if it's just, hey, sack flies or other things while runners are in scoring position, is that not one of the issues that we had last year? Runners in scoring position, but we couldn't get them across because everybody kept striking out?
Yeah, that's how the last two postseasons ended. This text says, did we not sign a right-handed pitcher yesterday? Why are we not talking about it? Drew Anderson.
Okay.
The Tigers did add Drew Anderson a 1-year, $7 million contract with a $10 million club option, half of what they paid for Alex Cobb. But this is not like a high-end arm. It's a 1-year kind of a Band-Aid deal. He pitched a lot in the Korean Baseball League, and maybe that's going to help resuscitate his career. It's happened with other guys. There's just no cartwheels to do over it. He's not going to swing a bat.
No.
You can never have enough pitching. You can always add another arm. But sorry, Drew Anderson's not headline stuff. Next one says, so essentially we're banking on luck. Awesome.
Kind of what it feels like.
Positive regression, John.
That's going to annoy me.
Can't block, guys. That's going to annoy me.
Positive regression. I know you're just going to keep
using it because it is a
stupid.
You know what it is? It's a nerdy thing that
it's a dork way to say
you shouldn't say because regular people don't know what you're talking about. And I wonder when regular people
can figure it out, but it just
you sound dumb. Anyway. Guys, I was at Game 4 of the '84 World Series when Tram hit 2 home runs. I was 10 years old. I'm tired of waiting for this team after being close from 2016 to 2014. I'm tired of being good. I want great. Too many in this town are content. Tony in Dearborn.
Well, I know the fans aren't content, as voiced by that texter.
Yeah, I think there's a bubbling and boiling over happening right now. If this is in fact, and this is still an if, but if this is in fact the offseason plan, don't block guys, grow from within, maybe a small addition here, small addition there. John, it's the last year of Tarek Skubal. Mm-hmm. It's cut and dry. If you're not pedal to the metal, you can't lose him for nothing. You should be aggressively shopping him. This is what Buster Olney had to say about Skubal. Makes sense. Sounds a lot like the Harris mindset, right? Not just this year, but beyond considerations.
Yeah. And I mean, I think there's been a big swing in what people believe they want with Tarek Skubal. And the emotions that would be involved if Tarek Skubal would be traded. I don't think there'll be some huge. I think if it happened last year, there would have been giant pushback. I think this year it's going to be more of, well, let's see what we got in return. Well, what does that mean for our future?
John, coming up at 6:35, what do we got here?
Oh, I'm. The more I learn about the Notre Dame saga, the more I get upset, not just about that situation, but the direction of college football in general. And I'll just say, I believe there is a leadership void. There is a vacuum. And I'll get into it at 6:35.
You were all worked up. We'll get to it in 10 minutes. Here's Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys.
Good
This
morning.
news is brought to you by Gardner White. So if you're a hockey player, there's a unique opportunity for you to play at Munn Arena and help give back to those in need at the same time. So Live Free, this childhood cancer nonprofit organization, is hosting a 24-hour hockey marathon to raise funds for pediatric cancer. So during this 24-hour hockey marathon, more than 80 adult hockey players will come together to play the 24-hour game that will be broken up into 3 divisions. Players who register have to raise $1,500, and they say that's the average cost to support a Live Free family and provide them with a moment of joy. And you can read all about it. I'm not going to break it all down here about the different types of divisions, but it's for anyone. It's for people who are very good hockey players, maybe they played in college, or it's for those who are just picking up the sport for fun. They have a place for you. So the event will kick off at 2 p.m. on April 18th, and the game goes until 2 p.m. the next day. So you can go online, you can register and get more info there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a great hockey community here. I'm sure they'll rally.
Lots of fun. 2 men went on a shopping spree at Somerset Mall after breaking into an ATM and stealing about $138,000. It happened back in September. The men are accused of using a stolen Ford F-350 to rip off the front of a bank's ATM. They used chains, and after they got all of the money, they just went, shopping till they dropped, I guess.
Yeah.
The duo.
Or got caught.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever comes
That's
first.
right,
Till you get caught.
They were also, there's 2 other suspects involved as well. They spent about 6 hours shopping at Somerset and made purchases from various high-end stores using cash, of course, right? And there's surveillance video, cell phone data, license plate reader information that puts these guys to the crime. Yeah. Clinton Township Police have given the all clear after someone called in a bomb threat at Wyandotte Middle School. So students and staff were evacuated from the school Monday morning. A comprehensive search of the school was carried out and no explosive devices or materials were found. The school district says that the threat was called in using a phone number that was created earlier in the day, and police are actively investigating and working to identify the caller so that appropriate law enforcement action can be taken. And they did reiterate that these false threats like this or others that we have heard cause significant disruption and fear, and those who make or contribute to those threats will be subject to serious legal and school-based consequences. It's not funny, kids.
Nope, and this is on parents, too, to stress that.
Yeah. Hey, Chick-fil-A is opening its first location in Ann Arbor this week. So the new location will open at 6:30 a.m. on Friday, December 12th. And to celebrate the big grand opening, they're inviting you to show up wearing cow print on the opening day. And if you wear cow print, you're going to get a free entree.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can either get it right there in the store, or go back through the drive-through. Do you
John,
have anything?
do you own any cow print?
I do not own any cow print. No. I used to have some furniture in a room that was designed kind of like an Old West style that had some cow print.
Or
but
like
I'm not
like a rug. You could just make it
throw it
into a
over your
cape.
shoulder. Yeah, make a little shawl out of it. Yes.
So in addition to the celebration, Chick-fil-A is donating $25,000 to Feeding America to support local hunger relief efforts through Food Gatherers, which is a local food bank. So pretty cool. John, your favorite actor, Leonardo DiCaprio, has been named Entertainer of the Year by Time Magazine.
Hey, good for him. That's
pretty good honor.
Congratulations, yeah.
And he told the magazine that, he's been balancing his fame and privacy, basically his whole adult life, but he still obviously doesn't have it all figured out. But he does say that he thinks it's important to disappear and get out of people's faces so they don't get sick of him. So
Thank you.
I say, John, you,
So-
you appreciate his message.
Yes.
Do his work, get out of your face.
I know
Yes.
there are obviously a ton of people that enjoy his work, and I'm just not one of them. But
You just don't like him. You might like his movies,
Well, it's hard to.
but because
the
you don't
star
like him,
in
you're
the
not going to
movie.
see.
Yeah.
I have some actors
no, but
like
I
that.
have.
I guess.
So Tom Cruise is a guy that I've been very vocal about.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not a
don't like
huge
him.
fan of Tom Cruise, but I do enjoy the Mission Impossible movies. I can get over it for those.
So you just don't like
I like
him
things that
or,
explode more than I dislike him.
or his movies.
He's not in a lot of exploding movies, though.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
No.
No.
They're more thinkers.
Yes, they
That's
are.
part of my issue. I've never been accused of that.
It's Heather with the news. Sometimes we tell on ourselves. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the number one sports book for same game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same game parlay or track every stat live. And you can do it all in one easy to use app. So just download the app. And right now is the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So take a huge favorite, bet the money line, and if your $5 bet wins, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets. So bet the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that it's going to expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jamming out. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Tuesday. Less than an hour away from the $2 Grand Slam, a chance to win $2,000 if you can get all 10 questions right. John, the Notre Dame story really picked up steam yesterday, and you read more and listened to more, and you got more and more worked up.
I did, and, I understand that my perspective, and I think Tom's growing up as well, and a lot of other people that you're hearing talk about is that our experience is, hey, New Year's Day was an epic day on the calendar because it was the Rose Bowl. It was bowl season. And before there was a college football playoff, before there was BCS, like all those bowls meant something. And I think everybody's going to have a different take on some of this. I don't have an issue anymore with players. I mean, I do, but I accept that is the path that college football has chosen. And now we're going down the path of 9 schools have opted out. In fact, some schools that weren't even bowl eligible because other schools have opted out have been offered an opportunity, and they've opted out. Kansas State and there a couple in the Big 12 opted out. They were appropriately fined by their conference because of the bowl agreements that they were supposed to fulfill. They didn't. They get fined. Okay. Notre Dame doesn't have to pay a fine because they're an independent. They get to do what they want. We don't have auto bids from the Big Ten and the SEC. That was the big conversation going into the season. Yet now we find out that there's a memorandum of understanding that next year, if Notre Dame is ranked in the top 12, that they get an auto bid into the college football playoffs. A lot of these things are what irritates people about what makes Notre Dame, quote unquote, special. And this is, to me, isn't an issue about Notre Dame being special, not being in a conference. It's not an issue about that. Mine is the fact that there is a major issue with leadership from the NCAA, which is absolutely gutless, to administrators, to coaches, because no one wants to stand up and lead. No one wants to piss off their high-priced quarterback or their running back or their edge defender because, we're going to make you do what you don't want to do. And that's actually play football. And I was fine, and I got over everything yesterday until I read one simple quote, and it's a paragraph. Bavakwa, the Notre Dame athletic director, said Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman talked to his team captains after the CFP snub about other bowl opportunities. The captains told Freeman they knew a number of players with NFL draft potential would opt out and didn't want to play a game with a dramatically different roster. It just wouldn't be the same, quoted Bavakwa. Are we now in a position where the players, all the power has shifted to the players? They are telling the coach what they want to do. Are they going to tell the coach, we don't want to practice today? We don't want to play in a bowl game? We don't want to do these things? And Marcus Freeman, hey, you can listen to your captains. You should listen to your captains. They were elected. I don't know how they do it at Notre Dame, but they should be elected by the team to represent them. The captains say we don't want to play because it's not going to be the same team. Well, the response should be, I appreciate your concerns. I'll take them into consideration, but I also want you to go back and think about a couple of things before we make this program decision. And that is, I want you to go and talk to every senior that isn't an NFL draft prospect. I want you to talk to every guy that's going to be playing their very last game in the Notre Dame uniform, in the golden, mystique-filled helmet that some of them have grown up since the age of 2 dreaming of wearing. They're living that dream, and now all of a sudden they have one more chance to take the field. And they might just be standing on the sidelines hoping that in the fourth quarter, whether they're getting blown out or they're blowing out another team, or the coach just says, you know what, you spent 5 years here, you've busted your ass, you get to get in for a couple of snaps. And now mom and dad are looking there going, hey, their dream has been lived. They went and they played for Notre Dame. They got a chance to get on the field, and they're going to go through the rest of their life with a couple of memories of playing for Notre Dame. Those players won't get that opportunity. And how about this novel idea? And I kind of alluded to it there. How about those guys that they're not making huge NIL dollars, right, and are playing because the novel idea is they love the game of football and they love their school. Now, there may not be as many of those guys around because a lot of guys are just simply, I'm in it for the money. Mm-hmm. But on the flip side, you are now being paid to play the game of football. And you're telling me you're going to opt out of playing a game? Freshmen, underclassmen. How about you go tell your captains, think about this. Now, you may not be back, but, and some of those other players may not be back, but we are going to play football next year. Do we want to try and avoid this? We all know that if we're just in the top 10, or top 12, we get a seat at the table. So how about we go out for 15 practices and make those freshmen better? All those young offensive linemen that we talked about, maybe we get a chance to get a little bit better. So if we open up week 1 against a team like Miami, we don't lose that game. We don't put ourselves in the same position we're in this year because we lost a couple of games at the beginning of the year we shouldn't have lost. Or if we play Miami midseason, we want to make sure that we're operating at full capacity throughout the course of the season so that we are a top 12 team. We want to win a national title. This is our first opportunity to go out there and get better. Freshmen get better. Underclassmen get better. Anybody that's going to be on the roster next year has a chance to get better. Do we think Jeremiah Love is going to play in this game? No. He might win the Heisman this weekend. Maybe not, but he might. There's a lot of guys that won't play. There's a lot of guys across the country that won't play. But if you have a chance, if you are going to be in the NFL, but you're maybe a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round guy, maybe you're an undrafted, if you want to move up around, this is another opportunity for you to go out there and showcase to NFL agents that you can be that player that they need on their roster. And for the captains, for the team, for those with the biggest voice, to influence the coach and the coach not having the set of balls that he needs to absolutely say no, or their athletic director to say, no, I'm sorry, this is the wrong decision. We need to get better as a program. Where is the leadership? The NCAA doesn't want to lose another lawsuit, so they're not going to take on anything. Players say what they want, they get it all. And this is on the heels of a national signing day where coaches and everybody wakes up and it's, hey, we got a phone call from our number 1 recruit. He says he's being offered $200,000 more from another university, even though he made a commitment. We made a commitment to you, and I know commitments don't matter at all in college football. Either way, it is absolutely disgusting. Bowls will be vanished. We will go to a 24-team college football playoff, and it's going to be the absolute elite, and maybe we offer a seat at the table to Tulane or to some other schools because, hey, we want to make sure it's inclusive and everybody's involved and you can get your chance to get blown out on a national stage. But where is the leadership from coaches to administrators to the NCAA? It is okay to say no. It is okay to stand for something, or else your old saying, you're going to fall for everything. And this is college football. It is deteriorating. It is awful.
This is normally where I jump in and call you a dinosaur. I'm not going to do that. This is a big turnoff for you and for a lot of people who watch college football, who love and care about college football. John, the most players that have ever been drafted from one team, 15 from Georgia. Mm-hmm. How many people are on a college football roster? 85, 100 in some
105.
cases? Yeah, okay. Take 15. Take another 10 for transfers. You still got more than enough guys who are program guys who can use the practices and the game to jumpstart next year. The schools themselves also get money for playing in these bowl games. I know money is what drives everything. The idea that we would let a handful of players, because it's not going to be 20 guys, the idea that we'd let a handful of players hold the entire program hostage and not play the bowl game. And I'm not going to make it something it's not. They are exhibition games. But at the same time, there is something to be said for using that time to better yourself and your program. And Notre Dame is not interested. They're not the only one. This is becoming an issue. 248-539-9797. What is your biggest turnoff? I know a lot of people are going to relate to what you're saying, John. It's 97.1. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Check out the Equinox, the 2026 Equinox LT. It's sporty, efficient, and ready for every weekend. You can lease one for starting at $199 a month. That's $19.99 down. Find yours today, MoranExpress.com, or visit Moran Chevrolet. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Why does John have me ready to run through a brick wall at 7 a.m? Another text. Preach it, John Jansen. So in agreement with you, this sport has lost its way. If changes aren't made, losing New Year's bowl games was the start. John, you make me want to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Amen.
Already listened to it this morning.
This week feels like a funeral for college football as we knew it. Preach, John. That's from Jason. What is turning you off about college football most? John, you spoke about Notre Dame's captains making the decision for everybody in the program on the roster, hey, if a few guys opt out, we're not going to play the bowl game.
Well, there was, for a long time, a power struggle. And there was so much of it that was with the NCAA, with administration, with coaches. And there still is an issue with coaches. We, insert Lane Kiffin and that whole situation. And so I understand the players wanting some of that power, wanting to be able to capitalize on their name, image, and likeness. Programs for so long. We all know the story, right? They capitalized, they made bunches of money, and the student athletes were just left out in the cold.
Like DJ Uiagalelei couldn't do an ad for Dr. Pepper.
Previously.
Now he could.
Now he can, which is,
yes.
nobody should have an issue with that.
Right. And I will go, quick, old guy, probably a concept that maybe some will agree with, some won't. With the new system, there's the roster limits are at 105. There's no scholarship limit. We have gone so far down the road of I need to be paid, I need to be paid, I need to be paid more, that we are forgetting the fact that there are a number of kids that these guys are sitting, and girls, are sitting in class with, that are going into loads and loads of debt while you get a chance to get I don't want to say free education because you are working for it.
But a leg up.
But you get a leg up because you're not paying for room, board, meals, education, tuition, all of that stuff. We have completely lost sight of the fact that inherently there is anywhere between $100,000 and sometimes $250,000 that you are being
compensated
for. That's a great way to put it. Thanks. That I'm not given, but compensated for going and playing for your school. And on top of that, I agree that these players should be paid. The problem is the power that was all held by the NCAA administration and coaches has now all shifted to the player, and no leader wants to take control. We need some adults in the room. We need some rules. No one wants to sit there and say, this is not working. It won't work long term. We are ruining the sport. We are not giving opportunities that we should as institutions.
It's rogue. That's what it is. Another text, John, you watched too much Rudy growing up? LOL. Jansen gave me goosebumps thinking about turning around and going home to watch Rudy. That's PJ pulling into work at Big Blue Hospital. John, yes, 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 yes. All of the yeses, 1,000% yes. John, I agree with your point. It would be like telling your boss, hey, I'm going to opt out of my shift. I still expect the check at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I don't fault individual players for opting out of exhibitions. The Bulls are exhibitions. We can have our romantic ideas of what the Bulls are. They're exhibitions. If an individual player wants to opt out, great. But for an entire program to opt out, the program's going to play next year. Many of those players are going to play next year, many at that same school next year. And if 10 to 15 decide to opt out for the pros, if another 10 to 15 decide to go into the portal, you still have more than half your roster. Get a jump start. Use those practices, benefit your program. I'm not doing this for the TV network's benefit. I don't really care who's airing the game and how much money they get. Do it for yourself. Like, that's what's getting lost in all of this. It's short-sighted. Do it for yourself.
Right. And, I mean, you don't see players opt out because they have a chance to go make money in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Okay? I don't agree, but I can accept.
Right.
And you don't want to risk that injury on a game that to most feels like it doesn't mean anything. But you don't see players opting out and then coming back and playing for the same school next year.
No.
Like, I'm not going to play in this bowl game.
No.
But I am going to play for you next year.
You're right. That does not happen, at least not yet. Big turnoffs, your thoughts. Let's get to Hobbs and Livonia. Hobbs, good morning.
Morning, fellas. Hey, you knew this topic was coming eventually, and I think it's a great time for it. We went to bat for these guys before and said, they should get paid a little bit before, you had to take $100K to go to college for 4 years, first of all. Second of all, I think it was just too much too quick. 10 years ago, a kid would get in trouble for having a lobster dinner with somebody. Now you can drop $20 million off at his doorstep without a problem.
Right.
I just
It's
think
swung too far.
Too much,
yeah.
too fast. Okay. And now we're starting. I know this is kind of, it might be a little old school, but it's true. I think these guys are now setting a bad example for youth in sports. If you don't make it to the big game, just pack it in and head on home. And that is not a good example to set, especially from a university like Notre Dame. I might expect this from, a Miami, a Florida, or a USC, but not Notre Dame. I mean, that is just a horrible example. There
Right,
were
a school of moral superiority, Notre Dame, that's all about ideals and doing things the right way, at least allegedly. Yeah, I mean, it rings hollow.
You're exactly right. And I'm not taking a shot at other schools, but Notre Dame, puts themselves up on a shelf. We'll put something behind it to back it up. You had a chance to do it, and you mailed it in like everybody else. I just think it was too much money, too quick, and now, we don't want to say it, but college football is pretty close to being ruined in my book. I'm now a way bigger NFL fan than I am a college fan. And 15 years ago, I might go a year and watch 3 NFL football games. I was all college, and now it's just like, man, these guys care about the money, and I understand that, but we cater to the superstars more than the guys that are willing to lay it all on the line just to make a roster. Those are the guys that make the sport in my book. But I appreciate you guys taking the time.
Hey, thanks for calling.
Thanks, Hobbs. Yep.
This text says, according to a player from this area, Notre Dame captains met with the team first. It was almost unanimous prior to the captains meeting with Freeman. Yeah, but that's when the coach steps in and says,
it's not best for the program.
Yes.
And it's they may meet, but how many of those guys in the locker room who have elected the captains are going to voice their true thoughts and opinions? I want to play in this game, but all my buddies are saying they don't want to.
Well, and how much of this is the rawness of being left out? And your coach has to step in and say, feel that, use it, and get back down the practice field.
Yeah, maybe they acted too soon, and they might, in the coming days, have some remorse over this. But I will ask you, John. I'm unison with you on this. The sport sucks right now, but is there any room whatsoever for you in terms of the boycott factor? That at some point in life you do take a stand and you say, no, we got so screwed by them, we're not doing this.
Again, it comes down to, there are opportunities that you will miss out on. And there are seniors that will never play football again.
We can keep this conversation rolling. It's a good combo. We got plenty of response coming in. Plus, one coach has a solution to this bowl game issue. I don't know if, John, you'd be in favor of this, but we'll play that audio coming up next and keep the conversation rolling. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Red Wings were victorious out in Vancouver last night with a 4-0 win over the Canucks. James Van Riemsdyk had his 7th goal of the season. He scored 6 of those goals in the last 8 games for Detroit. Andrew Kopp and Nate Danielson also scored. That was Danielson's 2nd career goal. And Dylan Larkin found the back of the net for his team-leading 16th time this year. Despite 4 goals from 4 players, the highlight of the night was in between the net for the Wings, as John Gibson had his first shutout in a Wings uniform after 39 saves, helped Detroit to the victory. He spoke about the clean sheet after the game. On Monday Night Football, the Philadelphia Eagles now have the same record as the Detroit Lions. The Birds are 8-5 this year after losing their third consecutive game last night. The Chargers defeated Philly 22-19 in overtime, thanks in part to a dreadful 5-turnover game from Jalen Hurts. And in case you missed it, the Heisman finalists were announced yesterday. Indiana's Fernando Mendoza is the odds-on betting favorite, ahead of Diego Pavia, Julian Sayin, and Jeremiah Love, who are all slated to be in New York for the ceremony. That comes up this Saturday at 8 p.m. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$20 minutes away from your chance to win $2,000, the Two Grand Slam at 7:25 Tuesday and Thursday. Lions head coach Dan Campbell will join us in 1 hour. Got the Rams this week. 8 o'clock, Dan Campbell on the show. And a member of the show took their kids to see Santa, and a question has come out of it. Do you get a do-over? Can you go back and see Santa if it doesn't go well? 7:35 this morning. John, you are all worked up. The passion's there. College football as we know it, the bowl games as we know it, are being chopped and hacked and torn apart, and teams aren't even playing in them anymore.
Right. And again, the bowl system, it is antiquated. It's old. I'll watch every single bowl just because I know football is going away. And it's the end of the season, and I want to watch all of it I possibly can. I do want to see who are those. And I've said this. This is basically it's a bona fide spring game that you're playing against another team, and it's a view into what this team might look like next year.
Well, especially if the seniors are opting out. It's even more so a window into next year. And what if we took it even further, John, and just played it next year? This is Rick Neuheisel on the Dan Patrick Show. We still have Wales, right? John, it's outside the box. He's not the first person I've heard bring it up. The thought would be, so Michigan's in the Citrus Bowl, right? And they played Texas. Mm-hmm. Instead of playing that game at the end of December, you guys would go there in August.
Right.
And kick the season off with a marquee matchup. We'd have way more cross-conference marquee matchups in week one. Players wouldn't be opting out or preparing for the pros or hitting the transfer portal. They'd be on the field, and it'd be a better game.
And they'd all be neutral site games.
Yes.
The concept is really cool. I don't know how do you take away a game from their regular season?
That's a great question.
Is this added? And because not every team is going to get a bowl bid.
Right.
So do some teams play
question.
13 and some play 12? I mean, I don't know if those can be worked out. There are some huge logistical issues.
What about
with
the teams that don't make bowls, then just get paired,
get paired up
and they just get to play, pick a site, home and home?
Would this be counted towards their resume for next year's college football playoffs?
Yeah, you play the game, you keep the score, you televise it, and there you go.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's just I'm just thinking about a lot of these questions, and I don't disagree. I've kind of always thought that regionally, the spring game could be a spring game that doesn't count towards your future record. It obviously wouldn't count towards this year, but it could be one that you play regionally between,
like a scrimmage.
Yeah, between like Michigan and Western Michigan. You're not going to play another Big Ten opponent, do you get the gang together and say, hey, this spring game, we're not going to play against ourselves. And we always hear this, like, we don't actually have real spring games anymore because guys that are still recovering from injury, guys that maybe are hurt during spring ball.
And and they don't want their guys poached. That's also been another reason why we haven't seen the games or the games being televised either.
Right. And so you solve one problem and you create another. And if you work on the college football calendar and the transfer portal is moved to the spring and you only have one, then maybe spring games go away because you don't want to showcase your guys and they get poached. But you're able to still have spring practice.
Yes, I agree. You need that window again.
Yes, you need these players, and this is maybe the biggest issue about not going to a bowl game. All of these players need to develop. You have 15 practices. You are actually playing a game, which is going to be maybe the most useful in developing those players, seeing where they are, what you need to work on, and it's just you're not having those. And then if you don't have a spring game, and if you get rid of spring ball, it's deteriorating, developing the players so that the product on the field is going to suffer in the long term.
248-539-9797. We've got response coming in on text. You can call, you can text. We're going to get to your thoughts. Hey, guys, appreciate John's rant on the demise of college football, and I don't disagree entirely. But from a profit standpoint and viewership perspective, aren't college sports bigger than ever? I don't love it, but in this American system, we measure success on the dollar and the customers, and college sports appear bigger than ever. Kevin in Battle Creek.
Money is going to drive everything, and viewership. And we heard it, like the most viewed game this year was Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah,
and it was up.
Significantly.
I think significantly, it was the highest in 5 or 6 years. It's not that way every single year. But I do think that there just needs to be some leadership. There needs to be somebody that takes control. We put some rules in place. And if the rules are, if as an administrator, you don't like them, and as players, you don't like them, maybe that's okay.
Yeah. Look, it doesn't always have to be exactly what you want it to be.
Right. It's called negotiations. Mm-hmm. It's who's going to be the mediator of those negotiations?
Now, have you seen this trickle-down effect? This one says, guys, it's impacting youth sports. Zero loyalty. Players play on different travel teams every year.
I don't think that's new. I don't think that's a trickle-down from what we're seeing in college athletics right now. Players, whether it's a travel baseball team, volleyball, soccer, they're always trying to find the better coach, the better team, the better opportunity to showcase their talents.
Maybe it trickles up then, because then they get to college, they spend a year and go, this coach was good, but not great.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just the issue with the players. It's an issue with the coaches. We talked about Lane Kiffin for so long, and the fact that he was able to do this. There are so many things in college football right now that are broken, and no one wants to stand up and say, and come up with anything that might be a fix. It may be uncomfortable, but that's what leadership is making the uncomfortable decision when you have to make it. And the NCAA is gutless. They don't want to do it. Administrators, they don't want to upset their coach. The coach doesn't want to upset the players. The players are running the entire show.
The balance of power, it shifted too far one way. It was, the players didn't have enough power for a long time.
Right.
But it feels like it's shifted too far the other way. Guys, this all started with the NCAA prostituting themselves to the networks for a long time. And now coaches jump job to job with no consequence. Players do the same. Philip in Detroit. It's the Wild West that we talk about.
It is.
Guys, why are we surprised by Notre Dame? Catholics are used to pulling out as a means of protecting themselves. Well, there's that. John, in a lot of ways, the Pop-Tart Bowl would have been perfect, right? The Pop-Tart gets resurrected at the end of the game. It would have been great.
This is my body. I give it up for you.
Right. This daily bread that is a Pop-Tart.
Oh, boy.
It's a damn shame,
Perfect
too.
Christian story, too. They would have been playing BYU.
Yes,
It's Notre Dame.
It would have been ideal. The matchup, two good football teams. I don't know who would have played. Maybe that takes them away, but the brands would have been there. It's an ABC game, 3:30 on a Saturday. Nope, they don't want to play. All right. 248-539-9797.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl is the best thing to happen to bowl season in the last 5 years.
I agree.
The best new thing.
The Pop-Tart Bowl and maybe the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Duke's Mayo is better.
Bowls that embrace kind of the fun of bowl season, the silliness
Right,
of bowl
yes,
season. They don't take
yes.
it too seriously because, again, if you're not in the playoff, it's an exhibition. But have fun. It's a chance to go play football and have a good time.
Yeah, which coach is going to get the Gatorade
Watered down
jug?
mayo dumped on their head.
Yeah.
Gross.
Always so cringy.
Gross.
So with the consumers seem and everybody complaining about all these changes in the sport, where's the long-term fallout from this? Because TV deals are at the highest they've ever been. Bowl games are still surviving. It's like, when does the consumer feedback lead to?
We're not there yet.
Well,
Will it?
Yeah, I don't know in regards to the consumer.
It's
But
very
in terms
NBA-ish.
of the power, which was all on administrative side for the history of college sports. Now the power lays with the players. There's this bounce back. At some point, it's going to have to bounce back somewhere to the middle. And I really believe that it will. But I don't know who it is that's going to stand up and say enough is enough. We have to have some rules that we are going to adhere to. And then when those rules are broken, there have to be legitimate penalties.
I think one of the long-term fallouts is that college football player development is going to take a hit because of players moving around or not playing as many games as they have before, and they're not going to be ready for the NFL, especially the quarterback position. I'm telling you what, college football is not developing quarterbacks at the rate it used to.
No, and there's a lot of feedback from NFL scouts, general managers, and from franchises that they actually are encouraging quarterbacks to stay in longer because they need to be developed more.
I'll give you a great example. Joe Burrow is one of the famous transfer examples. People might not realize this. He played not 1 year at LSU, but two.
Yeah.
And his first year was not record-setting, undefeated, cigar-smoking national champs. There was a foundational year. And that foundation gets shaken every time you move and change schemes and coaches and teammates and receivers. All right, we got a lot to do. We got Dan Campbell at 8 o'clock. Do you get a do-over with Santa at 7:35? 2 Grand Slam in news next, 97.1.
Hey, for more than 30 years, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has helped men across Southeast Michigan to restore their hair and the confidence that comes with it. And this just isn't his profession, it's personal. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair, and when his nephew started losing his, he trusted Dr. B too. That's how much his own family believes in the technology, the team, and the results. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical staff. No rotating crews and definitely not traveling techs. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced minimally invasive solutions that deliver real lasting growth. So while you're gathering with family this holiday season, don't sit on the sidelines another year. Get your free consultation, and when you mention 97.1, take $1,000 off your procedure. Let Dr. B guide you like family through your own restoration journey. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Stop waiting for the breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So call today because spots fill up quickly in cold temps. And we've got some cold ones right now. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and they install generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yeah, well, this is great. All eyes were on the Lions-Cowboys game last Thursday night. The game brought in historic ratings, with Amazon revealing it averaged 19.39 million viewers, making it the most watched regular season game on Prime.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the Lions win was up 12% on last year's Packers game, which set a Thursday night football record for viewership with 17.29 million watching that
The
game.
Lions, the real America's team.
Yeah. Speaking of the Lions partnered with Meijer to bring some holiday magic to nearly 24 local children through their annual Shop with a Lion event, which is so cool. The images and the videos are so nice. There was 20 children from 5 different youth organizations that were given $250 to shop with, right alongside their favorite players, right? So cool. You're going up and down the aisles, picking out whatever you want. You've got your favorite player, your hero standing right there with you. And it was just neat to see the smile on everyone's face, because it brought joy not only to the kids, but also to the players who, could reminisce about their childhood or learn some new things. There was one of them saying, like, Roblox, never heard of it. Like, they're learning the new trends of what's going on with the kids. So,
Which players? Some of the players.
St. Brown was there. J-Mo, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, the list goes on and on. But those, some big names. So
That's awesome.
Very, very cool. A man has been charged with 2 counts of assault after he allegedly hit a school safety officer and a principal with his minivan.
Oh, boy.
At a Sterling Heights Middle School. Yeah, so the man was blocking the bus lane. This was at Donald L. Bemis Junior High School when the school safety officer approached the vehicle and was like, hey, you need to move along. We got to get the buses in here. Well, the guy refused to move along, and instead, when the officer kind of walked in front of his car, decided to run into him. That's when the principal was like, whoa, I better get involved to make sure everything's okay. The principal walked in front of the minivan, and the guy proceeded to run into the principal as well. My goodness. So he's facing 2 counts of assault with a dangerous weapon. Those are each 4-year felonies. His bond was set at $10,000. He's been ordered not to contact the officer or the principal, not to enter the premises of the school, and not to possess a weapon. And I wonder, are they calling his car the weapon?
Yeah. I tell you what, the pick up and drop off school zones can be very aggressive places.
What I have heard.
He's also been charged with driving a minivan.
Right. Yes, he has.
So you guys remember that drunk raccoon that went viral after breaking into a liquor store in Virginia?
How could you forget?
I know, right? Well, it has now inspired merchandise that is helping raise money for a Virginia animal shelter. So the Hanover County Animal Protection and Shelter has raised more than $156,000 by selling shirts, hoodies, tumblers, stickers.
With a drunk raccoon on them?
That feature the trashed panda. Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Yes. So the shelter says that they're blown away by the support, and they say they're going to use the funds for training, equipment, and shelter needs. And the raccoon has also inspired 3 cocktails as well. The Rye Rascal Sour, the Midnight Masked Gin Fizz, and Trash Panda Old Fashioned. So,
all right. I'm a big
doing
fan
lots
of the
of good there in Virginia.
Yeah.
And it sounds like he was rescued, and then he has been released to the wild. So he's
back at
hangover's
it.
done, and you never know when he's going to show up again.
Fall off the wagon.
Yeah, the raccoon is still my raccoon king. He wouldn't survive a quarter in East Lansing.
So there is a video that's gone viral. It's a news reporter in New Zealand who had a really rough day at work when a seagull suddenly hit her in the face while she was on camera.
It's unbelievable.
Did you see this?
Yes.
It was a very windy day while she was outside reporting, and all of a sudden, her name is Jessica Tyson. She was standing there talking about the impact of fast fashion in New Zealand when she was just hit in the face and the neck by this huge
Seagull.
bird.
Yeah.
The seagull. And she says that its beak or claws must have hit her because she has a scar above her left eye right below the eyebrow. So thankfully it didn't hit her in the eyeball.
Jeez.
She was left bloodied, but she obviously had some fun with it because she shared the video on social media. So
It was
something
bizarre. It's
fun
one of
to go
those
check out.
I had to watch multiple times. And I'm like, wow.
I know at first I was like, do I want to watch this? And then
Yeah.
once you watch it, you watch it again. Hey, if you're fresh out of college and looking for, an exciting new career opportunity, you could be the next Oscar Mayer Wienermobile driver.
Oh, you can drive the Wienermobile.
Yes, they're looking for hot doggers to get behind the wheel and take the iconic vehicle on the road. It's a 1-year full-time job opportunity, and it's for recent college grads. They're going to hire 12 hot doggers to drive, obviously, the Wienermobile. They're going to be the face of the iconic brand too. So you're going to travel around. You're going to go to 30 states, attend hundreds of events. You also have to be a content creator because you're going to be developing custom content for their social media accounts. So you can go and sign up online.
If you're creative enough, you can have some fun with that one.
No kidding.
Yeah, pretty cool. Hey, if you want a chance to win $2,000 right before the holidays, give us a call now to play the 2 Grand Slam, 248-539-9797. Finally, you guys, 2 men thought they were going on a fun shopping spree with the money they stole from an ATM. They stole $138,000 from an ATM.
I always wondered how much an ATM would hold.
I had no idea how much money was in there.
That's a lot of money.
A ton of money.
More than I would have thought.
Took it to Somerset Collection, right? And went on a shopping spree at various high-end stores, and they were busted. This happened back on September 27th. They also used a stolen vehicle to steal the money.
Well, you don't want to use your own.
No, of course not.
Right.
Heaven forbid. Anyway.
That's Heather with the news. It's time for the 2 Grand Slam. By the way, our last week of the 2 Grand Slam until the new year. Your chance today and Thursday to win some money.
Yeah, let's give away some money. Hopefully some good holiday cash, right? Your chance to win $2,000 in just 60 seconds. You're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly and $2,000 if you get them all right.
Mm-hmm. And it's right before the holidays. This would be a nice bump for someone.
For sure.
Could be a nice bump for Brendan in New Haven. Brendan, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
We're doing all right. Have you played before?
I have.
Oh, how'd you do?
All right.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you're not going to say the number, well, I can
I'm gonna
guess.
assume it's 1 or 2. Let's do better this time.
I think
Yeah.
it's like 4 or 5.
Hey,
Okay.
that's all right. Hopefully you'll do a little better today. You know the rules. If there's one you don't know, say pass. If there is time, we'll get back to it. And if you're ready, we're going to start right now. Here we go. Who did the Red Wings play last night?
Pass.
What is the capital of Connecticut?
Pass.
Who is Oregon playing in the first round of the college football playoff?
Oh, I just missed that pass.
Who is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Pass.
This band had the 1991 album Achtung Baby.
Pass.
Tate Ratledge played at this college.
Tate Ratched, South Carolina.
This team currently leads the AFC South.
South. Jaguars.
Who played Phil in The Hangover?
Pass.
H is the chemical symbol for this element.
Hydrogen.
This team currently has the worst record in the NBA.
Pass.
Who did the Red Wings play last night?
Well, if the
Brendan.
answer was pass, you would have done an outstanding job.
That's like 2.
Yeah,
It
you,
was.
yeah, you got 2. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks,
You can
Brendan.
laugh
Yeah.
about it.
That's all right.
That's not much.
Oh, no big deal. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Brendan. Yeah.
$50. We'll put you on hold.
2 Grand Slam is brought to you by.
appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Is brought to you by Femininio Law, and as you mentioned, this is the last week before the holidays, before the turn of the new year.
Let's go through this, John, and you're right. Pass was not the correct answer for any of them.
No.
Who did the Red Wings play late last night?
That would be the Canucks.
Yeah, people probably didn't stay up, but yeah, it's Canucks. What's the capital of Connecticut?
Hartford.
Heather, you don't know your capitals, but did you know that one?
I did because I've been there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So that's what you think of.
sure.
Or
yeah.
I do anyway, because
Yeah.
that's where I went.
Yeah. Did you stand on the steps of the Capitol building?
I didn't. I did the auto show there.
Oh, okay.
I
Look
modeling
at this
vehicles.
car. Yes.
Who is Oregon playing in the first round of the college football playoff?
JMU.
Little old James Madison. Head coach of the Jags, Duval.
That'd be Cohen.
Who had the 1991 album Octoon Baby?
I'm surprised that he didn't get this one. This one.
You are after he passed the first
Yeah,
Four
but
times.
this is a. I mean, this one. I thought this, especially the name of the album, like U2.
Yeah.
I thought this was kind of a free space.
I think he realized after passing the first 5 he had to guess something. Tate Ratledge didn't play at South Carolina.
Yeah. Well, you guessed wrong. Georgia.
Then he finally got one right. Who leads the AFC South?
Oh, the Jaguars kind of seemed to nail that one. He answered that one quickly.
Who played Phil in The Hangover?
Pass.
No, we're looking for
no.
Bradley Cooper.
Oh, okay. All right.
H is the chemical symbol for this element.
Hydrogen.
And which team has the worst record in the NBA?
That would be the New Orleans Pelicans. I'm wondering if.
Real quick on the Pelicans. Isn't that where Troy Weaver is?
Oh, is it? Oh.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, well, he's so good at his job. At some point, the creator of the 2 Grand Slam should come up with a question where the answer is actually pass. Is that possible?
It was the first cable network that the Tigers and other teams are on.
Pass sports.
There you go.
I think that's too old.
On offense, you can run or
Yeah, but what was it around in 91? I mean, that's when Octoon Baby came out.
okay.
Yeah, it was. It was, I believe, late 80s.
Okay. Yeah.
I got to tell you, the screening process kind of made me think this wasn't going to go well. Greg had a tough time getting his name.
Oh,
He wouldn't share his name?
It was just a process. I don't know.
did he say pass?
Did he ask him, what's your name?
Yeah, pass.
And
I mean, it was. He was up against it in terms of getting him ready for you guys because
I know.
Greg could not get his name.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Well,
were
that's
stalling a little bit because we
strange.
saw the little white square.
A few responses from our listeners. Why call if you don't know anything? Put him on the banned list. He should have opted out like Notre Dame. People could actually use the money and knew the answers. Why would you call in? And do not let that clown call in ever again. Wow.
Yeah, well, on Twitch, you know who also is in New Orleans? Isn't that where Joe D
Dumars?
is? Yeah.
Coming up next, you get a do-over with Santa. Member of the show took the kids, didn't go well. We'll get to that next. Dan Campbell, 802-97-1. We'll talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell coming up at 8 o'clock. It's Rams week. 'Tis the season. Christmas right around the corner. Heather.
I have never been more excited for Christmas. I mean, maybe when I was a kid,
Well,
clearly.
that's because the Lions are playing on Christmas. We're all
remind
excited.
me
We are
about
all
that.
very excited for Christmas Day.
Forgot. I wasn't
Sorry.
thinking about that.
I know you weren't.
It's just such a fun time of the year, and the kids are getting a little bit older and are getting a little bit more into it themselves. They're excited for Christmas. Super pumped to see Santa. We've been, talking about, getting everyone gifts, but also things that they would like to ask Santa for, and they've made lists and. They know who Santa is, and we've been talking a lot about it. So I was so excited to go see Santa. And we went and we met with him. We brought our list in our hand, and it went horribly wrong. It went horribly bad. It went worse than last year. Last year, Emily was able to at least sit there. She didn't speak to him because it was a little intimidating, but she handed him her list and he sat there and read it out loud, and she sat there with him, and it was adorable. This year, now that Brooks is a little bit older, he got very frightened, started instantly crying, no, I'm not going over there. And because of that, I think Emily kind of fed off of his energy and was like, whoa, okay, he's acting this way. Maybe I should be a little bit more apprehensive.
It's a big, hairy dude.
And she basically just hid behind our legs the whole time. And Santa did read her list out loud. So he received the list and Brooks's list. That was great, right? I walked out of there and I was a little bummed because, of course, we got everyone
Right.
dressed up. We're going to get this great family photo too. We could maybe use it on the Christmas card. And I was kind of like, oh man, that was it, Emily. You met Santa. That's your chance. And Colin thinks that, well, we can bring them back to meet Santa again and kind of do it again.
Like a do-over.
Like a do-over. And I kind of said, well, no, that you go one time, you go and you see the big guy, you give him your list. You're not going to do a do-over.
Well, so first of all, I don't think there's any rules.
There's no rules.
Regarding
No,
this.
there's definitely no rules.
But you felt strongly about this to the point where Colin had to tell you,
He was like, you got to just, you just shh, calm down. Because I was just
that
like,
was your chance. Your one chance, and you blew it.
I didn't quite say that, but he felt like that's kind of what I
The
was
energy
doing
you were giving,
to
yeah.
a 4-year-old, right? It was like, Heather, you got to calm down.
Yeah.
Like she's 4 and he's 2. It's going to be okay. But they were so excited though, right? Like so excited, knew what they were going to say. Like we talked, they were just so
Yeah.
pumped at home. And I felt bad that it went that way. And maybe I shouldn't because maybe they feel fine about it. But he would like to go back and see Santa again.
What was Emily talking about in the car on the way home? Did she ever voice, I want to see Santa again, or
Nope.
did I just mess this up, Mommy?
No, not at all. She didn't say anything like that. The only thing she talked about was not liking the candy cane he gave her because it was a peppermint one and she didn't like it.
I can understand that.
Yes, I can too.
If you saw Santa again, would you bring a new list? Or you've already given the list? Does she get
Well-
to go through the list again? How would that go if you
She wants to write another list. And I did tell her, we did already give him the list and
Yeah,
Santa.
but you can always make edits.
You can, but remember, Santa is not going to get everything on your lists. So she does want to write another list.
Well, yeah, but so Santa's not going to get everything on the list, but you can always give Santa more options.
Of course, more options are great. But will Santa remember that she already gave him the list?
Right.
Did you
A lot of
did you
kids.
guys attempt to sit there with Santa?
Oh
and
yeah,
hold the
Colin and I
kids?
got a great photo.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yes.
kids are in the corner crying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Colin and I got a beautiful photo with Santa, and both kids were basically crying on our laps. Yes.
So we've had this issue with Teddy, and all of the kids early on had an issue with Santa Claus where they didn't want to sit there by themselves. So there's a lot of pictures of me holding multiple kids with Santa. And most recently, because Teddy is so much younger than his siblings, we try and take the older siblings at the same time. And now that a couple of them are in college, sometimes the calendar works out, sometimes it doesn't. And so there are a lot of Teddy's pictures with the Easter Bunny, with Santa, with Ruby holding him, or Ellie,
Right.
or Lucy. Jack still, he's not obviously scared of Santa, but he's just never been a part of that equation because he's always in school. We try to do it during the day. But I don't think there's any issue with doing the do-over.
So if you go, Teddy's going to go and see Santa this year.
Yeah, we've been warming him up to it.
So have I. So I thought I was.
You thought so.
So
Well-
if Teddy goes and freaks out and is like, heck no, I'm not going over there by that guy, will you go again and try it a
We
second
might give it
time?
another chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so whenever we've been at the mall walking around, we always go up because they've been putting Santa sleigh together for some time.
Sure.
of course.
And this is the first year where Teddy saw Santa's sleigh and he said, "Is Santa here?" And so we'd walk over. There's nobody in Santa's chair. So that's kind of our way of hopefully warming him up to what is eventually to come, him sitting alone with Santa.
I'm going to ask a dumb question because I don't have kids. Are you paying to see Santa when you go and see Santa?
No.
It depends. Typically, no, you don't pay to see Santa, but you pay for the pictures.
Okay, that's where they get you.
Not me. I will never pay for a photo.
You'll just snap one on your phone and
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to take my own pictures. Of course. Yeah, I think we may have discussed this last
okay.
year. Yeah, I am not going to pay to get a photo with Santa or the Easter Bunny.
I have no problem spending the $15 that it costs to get a professional photo with Santa.
because these are precious moments that you want documented. It's why you're there
And
to see Santa.
generally. So the other thing that happens is if Teddy is sitting there previously with one of his siblings, is trying to get him to look at the camera.
Sure.
And so I'm the one that's dancing around, doing all of the stupid things and I'm standing behind Lisa trying to get him to look at me, but in turn look at the camera. And so I think one of the more fun things to do is to actually go watch other people see Santa, because then you get to see mom and dad do all of these stupid things.
Sure.
So your vote is you get as many meetings with Santa as
Sure.
you want. The more the merrier. 'Tis the season. Heather, your vote was you got one
and done.
shot.
Yeah, that's your shot.
I kind of felt the same way. Again, I'm not qualified to answer this, but my thought was, yeah, you go see Santa. It's a once a year thing. You build it up, you do it, you experience it, you give him the list. Well, what do you want this year? Have you been a good boy or a good girl? And that was it, man. And then you sit back and let the presents roll in.
Yeah.
Or if you are a very perceptive young lady, are you sitting there on Christmas Eve going, well, maybe Santa is upset with me because I was crying when I saw him, or maybe he didn't really get a chance to hear my list because I was crying.
We have reiterated with Emily specifically that Santa did get your list. He does have your list, so he does know what you want. Even if you didn't want to look at him, he looked at you and he got your list, so he knows what you want. So we do say
Yeah.
that to her, so at least she feels confident that he knows what she wants.
So what's your main concern about not seeing him the second time?
Like, I don't want to spoil.
Cheapen it.
Yeah, like it's magical. The one-time thing, you go and do it, and the more if you go over and over and over and see Santa like multiple times, it's just kind of like not as magical.
Christmas is a magical time, John. Couple texts. So the kids saw Santa and said, pass.
Yes.
Brooks, the same kid they brought to a haunted house to scare. No wonder he's afraid of the big guy.
It's true. I forgot about that.
Yes, I guess you did scar him.
Not going well there. More of your response, 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell, top of the hour, 8 o'clock, 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch any level of football is at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are. You could be poolside. You could be taking a couple of laps. Got a great view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Do you get a do-over with Santa? Got some text coming in. By the way, if you stayed up late or if you're just getting up and didn't see it, Red Wings with a win last night, 4-0. Shutout first of the season for Gibson. And suddenly the Wings went from out of the playoffs when the night began to first place in the Atlantic Division.
Look at that.
Look how jumbled it is.
Two first-place teams, Pistons, Wings.
Yeah, just
I
as
thought
we all
when you
expected.
said if you stayed up late, I thought you were going to mention we just saw the highlights of the Monsters, Inc. broadcast last night with Mike Wazowski and Sully making plays all over the field.
Yeah, I mean, did you watch any of it?
No.
Okay, so I had people texting about it, so I decided, hey, out of curiosity, I'll flip over and see what they're doing here. Mike Wazowski, two-way player.
Yeah.
Sully, two-way
Iron
player.
Man football.
Yeah. I liked that it was end zone footage. The animations were fine, but they're just not equipped to handle a two fumble in one play.
Yeah,
like the animation breaks down. Yeah, exactly. The two turnovers by Hurts in one play. And I also wondered the wisdom in doing a game like that at night when most kids are going to be in bed.
Yeah.
But, hey, grow the game.
Greg?
Well, Monstropolis, as we all know from the movie, is powered by screams and laughs, and so that was perfect for that game last night.
Yes, there were a lot of screams and laughs. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so some of the text. Did Santa mistake Colin as one of Heather's kids?
Colin did give him his Christmas list.
Wow, Heather the Grinch.
Nice little fella.
Heather the Grinch, too cheap to pay for a photo. Glad your kids didn't like it.
I'm not going to go somewhere that makes me pay for a picture. That's ridiculous.
Some Santas prohibit you from taking photos with your phone. It's ridiculous.
Which is so silly. I go to the same Santa every year, and a beautiful setup, a beautiful job, and everyone can get as many photos as they want for free. It's great.
Yeah, this one says you can get free photos, Henry Ford or Bronner's, depending on the year. Best Santa.
Reportedly.
I can't confirm. My daughter's 23 years old and thanks me every year for not forcing her to go near Santa or the Easter Bunny.
Well, I don't think at 23 you'd be forcing her anymore to do that.
Never force my kids to sit on Santa's lap. I think that's a little weird. I think the whole concept of here's an old man, go sit on his lap, child. I think that's a weird thing. Sitting next to him is okay.
When you say it like that, sure, it could be weird.
It's weird. Sitting next to him, fine. But just it was hard to go into his cabin. It was hard to go near his presence this year for my kids. But they love the Easter Bunny. Easter Bunny
One
is
of
amazing.
the Santas that we've gone to has Mrs. Claus joins him.
Oh, yeah.
So is it okay to sit on Mrs. Claus's lap?
No, that's weird, too.
Really?
I don't know. Sitting on somebody's lap is weird.
Well, if it's you or Colin, sure.
Well, yeah, if it's my child, sure, that's different. I mean, I
just don't. I don't think it's weird for.
It'd be weird if my kids came in here and you're like, "Come on over here."
Well, I'm not
sit on
Santa.
my lap. Well, you could be if you threw on a red suit and a beard.
Yes, but you're playing a part. You're playing a.
I'm just saying, I would never force my kids to sit on their lap. I would love them to get next to Santa or get into a photo, or at least just look at him. Would have been a win for my kids at this point.
And kids, I'm only one of Santa's helpers.
You see Santa one time. Let me guess, John, you go to multiple trunk or treats instead of just celebrating one Halloween.
No, wait. I think somebody's confused there. I am okay to go to Santa again especially if the first one, if you're trying to get a picture out of it.
Yeah, with this
for the
person,
Christmas card.
They're saying you go to Santa once, you have Halloween once. If you're foreseeing Santa multiple times, you'd be for trunk or treats and multiple Halloweens and multiple.
Okay, so then if you show up and Santa's, at a kid's event and Santa's walking around, but you've already seen Santa, run!
Cover your eyes!
Run!
Put the blindfold on. No, of course not. But
Disagree. Christmas is a season. Halloween is not. That's how I stand, and I knew you would too, John.
Yes, correct.
So where are you
Halloween
at? Are you for multiple visits to Santa?
Yeah, definitely.
Again,
Look,
there's
we
no
went through
rules.
all this stuff. It was awkward. It was weird. I remember with the Easter Bunny. I showed you the picture, Heather, of Anna, 3 feet.
Yep.
And looking at him like, they ain't getting any closer. And the next year
That's a
she's sitting
giant
with
bunny.
him. It just used that 3 to 4 year old age is. You just don't know what you're going to get. I think the big thing you need to realize is you better see the same Santa.
Oh yeah, we definitely do.
You better make the Santas rotate.
Right.
Not where we go. Unless something tragic happens. I hope he's in great health and Mrs.
There for
Claus
the
is
next
taking good care of him.
5 to
Because
6
he's
years.
the real Santa.
Yes.
There's too much pressure for a 4-year-old, telling them they have to get it right the first time, especially in an uncomfortable situation. Just go back.
Yeah.
Explain that they already got the list, but you'd like to try to take a photo again. And, hey, you guys let that 2 Grand Slam guy back on. You won't let a 4-year-old redo his photo?
Exactly. Yes.
Another one says Red Wings going from out to first. It also happens the other way. The Bears in the NFL went from first to 7th. Speaks to how dumb divisions are in pro sports. Just need the best teams in order.
Gonna go down that road again?
I don't think we need to go down that road.
Divisions are stupid.
Unless
Tell
you
that
have,
to the ACC.
right, unless you have an 18-team conference and no one actually plays each other.
So what's your plan? You guys are going to see Santa this week, next week?
I think we're shooting for this week. It might be this weekend. Depending on what schedules are, but yeah, we generally like to go middle of the week, middle of the day if I can
Yes.
find
Avoid the
some time
lines.
off. Yeah.
Is he going to have a list? Has he made a list of what he wants?
Oh yes, and so this year Santa sent Teddy a very official letter, just a kind of a preamble. Yes, and it is to prepare him for. Just kind of some of the things that Santa has witnessed over the year and knows, some of his hobbies, what he likes. And then in return, Teddy has mailed his letter to Santa.
What are some things that your kids want for Christmas? Like they're about the same age.
Emily really struggled because it's so funny. Like, we don't watch morning cartoons anymore, right? We stream everything and there's not really commercials for toys. So the only toys she knows are the toys she has.
Yeah.
So she has looked through the Amazon gift guide multiple times to
does
try
she
to get
circle
ideas.
stuff?
She circles stuff.
That's old school.
She loves just basic kids, dolls, stuffed animals. Slime is on her
Yes.
list.
We are big into creating forts. All over the house. Some very elaborate forts. So Teddy wants his own tent.
Oh, cool.
And some of that
Well,
is
he
from
loved
the
camping.
from the camping trip the camping trip to our backyard
All the
that
way.
we took. Yes, but he wants a tent that he can basically live in during the day.
I love that.
It's looking like a good year for a sled.
So we did get a new sled, and just a quick story. Teddy is going down. We got a little hill in our backyard.
What he won't
showed
tell you is that it's a blocking sled.
right. Yes, the picture of the water slide that I created that
Yes.
melted the grass.
Yes.
Same area we're sledding down. So to create a little path, I hopped on the sled and decided I'm going to take a shot down the hill. And Teddy's standing at the top, and we have in the back of our property. There's not a steep drop off, but there is a drop off with trees, and it goes down to a creek. Well, I ended up in the creek.
You did?
Yes, I ended up in the creek. Yes, and so the sled is wonderful. Didn't even have to grease it up.
Heather, get a toboggan so you can all go. Christmas morning before the Lions game.
We have a pretty big sled we bought last year that we could all fit on if we wanted to. I mean, Brooks can sit on my lap, and Emily is pretty
Yeah.
small. And
I can put it behind the truck and
Alan's
pull you
pretty
guys around the
little, too.
neighborhood.
No. True.
He just keeps trying to needle you about Christmas Day.
Who?
Tom, with the
Oh,
you could do it before the Lions game.
Yeah. I
Or
keep
at halftime.
forgetting about that.
Or at halftime, could you imagine? Hey, before we go out, we got to make sure we get through this half.
Hopefully, it's a white Christmas.
Yes,
Hope
we're going to
so.
talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell coming up next. Get some of his thoughts as the Lions play the Rams this week. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings came away with a late-night win in Vancouver last night, 4-0 over the Canucks. James Van Riemsdyk found the back of the net for the 6th time in his last 7 games in the first period. Andrew Kopp, Nate Danielson, and Dylan Larkin all scored for Detroit as well. Larkin now leads the squad with 16 goals this year. John Gibson had a big night for his 2nd straight quality start. He was given the puck after the game for his first career shutout as a Detroit Red Wing. The netminder recorded a season-high 39 saves in the victory. The Wings are off tonight before facing Calgary tomorrow. There was also news from the MLB winter meetings yesterday. It was announced that the Tigers will participate in a pair of exhibition games March 3rd and 4th in the Dominican Republic ahead of the World Baseball Classic. Also, Tigers president of baseball ops Scott Harris spoke about a number of topics with MLB Network. Here's what he had to say on the Tarek Skubal front. And the Heisman finalists were announced yesterday in New York. This Saturday will be Fernando Mendoza of Indiana, Vanderbilt's Diego Pavia, Ohio State's Julian Sayin, and Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Mendoza is the current betting favorite to take home the award. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are going to talk about the Tigers and what's being said at the winter meetings. Get to that at 9 o'clock. John's got some thoughts on the bowl system.
Mm-hmm.
Wants to sound off.
It's really on all of the NCAA and administrations in college athletics, but mainly college football.
It's just the latest thing to kind of poke and prod and needle. So we'll get to that coming up at 8:35. Lions are going to play the Rams on Sunday. It is...
What's that? 425 kick, right?
425 kick. It's the team with the best odds to win the Super Bowl. It's a team that, look, if the Lions can beat, you start to think about the Lions differently.
Mm-hmm.
And
they've
if
got
they
some
lose,
extra time.
it becomes very tight. Yes. Yeah, extra time, the 10 days to prepare. This is the payoff for playing this grueling stretch where it's week over week, Thursday to Thursday.
Yeah, and obviously the Sunday before. So
Yeah.
what was it, 3 games and 11 days, I think was the count.
Second year in a row they've done that.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
It is tough, but you do have that opportunity now to get a little bit of rest, and hopefully, it didn't seem like there was any hangover from Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No.
Great performance. Great to see him come out there with that first catch, and have a great day.
Let's talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell.
Good morning, Dan. Thanks for joining us. And what's been the biggest takeaway from the win last Thursday night against Dallas?
Biggest takeaway. Well, we played better. That's the biggest thing. We just played better in all 3 phases, and really we played complementary football, and at critical moments we made critical plays. A number of our guys really stepped up, played big ball, and that was a total team effort. We earned that win. That was the most important thing.
The biggest, if that's the biggest takeaway, you played better. How do you develop consistency with only 4 games left?
Yeah, I think we just, there again, like we do every week, man, you talk about the things that could creep up and get us. We still had a number of mistakes, pre-snap penalties, things of that nature. We had a couple of things were not lined up properly, in tempo, illegal formation, who's on, who's off, stuff that should not be an issue. And so we go after those. That's where you start. The stuff that you have complete control over, your own focus, your own discipline, and you start there. And then we go back to what really helped us win that game. That was the takeaways. We actively went after that football, and not that we don't every week, but we went after it and we got some out, and I do think those things are, it is contagious. One leads to the next, to the next, to the next, and pretty soon everybody's starting to get some punch out. So those were big. We turned them into points.
If you could put your finger on it, why has it been so tough to string back-to-back victories together? Because, we ride the roller coaster, the yo-yos, a big win and then a loss and a win and a loss. Why has it been a challenge maybe to get that consistency so far?
Well, I just think it's, there again, you'd love to be able to just put your finger right on it. I don't think it's always that easy. I know this. I just go back to the, we're not playing clean enough football, and some of it there again, we're making these mistakes that we have not traditionally made. that really comes down to like I said, your own discipline. So we clean those up. We keep attacking them. We get some guys to really grow up for us and grow up fast, and then we'll be good.
The benefits and the risks of having the 10 days, Thursday, and then not playing till the following Sunday. With the bye week and the extra time, the results weren't great the following week. Last year, it was the 10 days. The results weren't great. Is there anything that you're doing to tweak the extra time that you're having in preparation for this game out in L.A. on Sunday?
No, we're going to attack this like we have most of these. You know, I mean, we're going to come in and make sure we get some really good mental work. We get them on the grass for a short period of time. You know, work our fundamentals, the individual work. You know, and just put together the best game plan we can here to get ready to go face these guys. This is a really good team, man. This is a complete team. They're playing really good football in all three phases over there. So, you know, we got to play better than we did last week. That's for sure. But we're looking forward to this.
Would you say it's the best team you guys have faced this season?
Well, I think you got to put them up there for sure. You know, we've seen some really good teams, but I think these guys are certainly, there's an argument for that to be made. They got guys in every area. They're loaded with talent. They play hard. They're well coached. They don't make mistakes. You know, and they've got really good players at all the critical positions. So it'll be awesome. I mean, it really will. I mean, this is the cream of the crop right now. So we'll find out where we're at.
Last week against Dallas, obviously you guys were able to get after Dak Prescott. And, I mean, it seems like we're always asking this question.
No
How
kidding.
do you continue to pressure the quarterback? What's the secret to creating, consistent pressure on the quarterback so it's not 5 1 week and nothing for 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, look, I go back to this. I know it's like, why don't you guys just do that every week? Man, every week is different, and every week the opponent's different, and the scheme is going to be a little bit different. And some of these that you can get away with one team, you do that to another team, you're going to give up 50 points. So, look, you can always tweak things. You know, I thought Casey and Shep and those guys made some pretty good adjustments here that don't work for everybody. Our guys responded. They played well. They played well off of each other. And we were very disruptive. And in that, we were also able to stop the run. You know, sometimes it's hard to do some of the things we did the other day and still be able to stop the run. But we asked a lot of them. The backers cleaned up a lot of mess. And so we did both, and most of it in a light box. So that's not easy to do, but we were able to do it. We got to find a way to do that again, which will be a challenge. But you know, for what that plan was versus those guys, and to be able to do what we were able to do against Dak, that was good, man. It helped us win. And there again, we got 3 takeaways. 3 takeaways is big time, man. That's what we're looking for. That's where everything should start, is getting the takeaways.
We're talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. No Brian Branch. I think people would feel a lot better if they knew Kirby Joseph was coming back. What's the last box that he's got to check to get back out on the field?
Well, I think it's, you know, he's got to string a couple of practices together here to where, you know, where he feels good. You know, it looks good. He feels good. He comes in the next day, and there's no residual effects from the practice. That's it. I mean, really, we won't know until late in the week. We won't know where this is at, and then we got to, you know, get on the plane and fly West Coast. That's not going to, you know, make things great, but yet that's part of it. You got to load up and hit high altitude when you got some stuff going on. So, but we'll see. I mean, the good news is he's to a point to where we can get him out there and hopefully string some practices together.
Keota Awosika was a late scratch last week, and then we saw the combination of Tristan Colon and Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier, his first opportunity to get some NFL experience. What's the plan at left guard this weekend, and just your assessment of what you saw from Miles Frazier?
Well, I think the plan is I'd like to play Frazier a little bit again, you know, but I like Colon, you know. There's things that can be cleaned up, but But Cologne did some good things too. So Frazier, look, that's good. That was his first start. Not start. That was his first significant reps against any NFL player. I mean, he didn't play any preseason, no training camp, and he's gotten about, call it 6 practices against Aleem McNeil and Reeder and those guys, and that helps, but that's not NFL Sunday football, snap the whistle. It's not the same thing, going to the ground, finishing plays, that whole thing. So, and he went against some really good players, Kenny Clark and Williams over there for Dallas. So those reps will be invaluable for him, and he's going to have to learn from them. And we believe he will. We believe he'll memory bank those and get a little bit better. So I would like to get him in this game, get him a couple more reps, let him grow. But I see us using Cologne, too.
Should we read into that Yode's not going to play this week then?
Well, I don't know. We'll see where he's at. I mean, he's going to try to go out and practice here a little bit, but, until I see him out on the grass, I don't know what that's going to be. That's all.
Dan, we get calls. People want to see more of David Montgomery, soften up the defense, that physical style. At the same time, I don't know how you would take Jahmyr Gibbs off the field or limit his touches. So do you want more Monty or?
Well, you tell me. What do you want?
Yeah, I want more Gibbs.
We'll do what you want. Who do you want out there?
I want more
Gibbs.
Gibbs. That's explosive plays, Dan. I'm all about those. I just wonder if that's something that you
tell
juggle.
Me. Go ahead. Let me hear it. Give me the share load.
Yeah, I'm thinking 65% Gibbs, 35% Monty.
All right. So then, who do we taking away the receptions for and the passes and the targets? Keep going. I love David Montgomery. I love Gibbs. They're both valuable players for us. I wish I could give them both a heavy load. I wish I could get all of our guys a million touches. The first thing we got to do, we got to convert. We have to convert on third downs or not even get there. First, second down, and reload the down so we get more plays, which enables our playmakers to get the ball in their hand. Because we're better when they're all involved. We're just a better offense. But that requires us converting. We converted early, and then really we stayed out of third down the other day. We only had 8 of them. That's huge. And all those guys stepped up and played big.
Talking about a guy that stepped up and played big, and we heard you talk about it a little bit, but when you're looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, how impactful, not just in terms of the stat sheet and what he provided, but how impactful was that for the team for him to even be able to go with the injury that he was playing with?
Yeah, it's really indescribable, and I think all of our fans know this, and I hope they do. For anybody that doesn't, what Saint is a rarity, man. He's special, and we're fortunate that we have him. The city of Detroit is fortunate to have him. The Detroit Lions. This guy he is unselfish. He is tough as nails. He is smart as a whip. He does anything and everything you ask him to. And if the guy can play, it's as simple as this. If I can go, then I'm going to be able to produce. Otherwise, I can't go. I just can't. I can't do it for my team. It would be hurting them. But if I can go, I'm going to go, and I don't care what it feels like. I'm going to be able to produce. I don't care if I'm 80%. I'm going to beat the guy across from me. That's his mindset. And I'm going to do it for the guy next to me because I owe it to him. That's how he thinks. And if he can't, he feels awful about it, which he shouldn't feel awful. But he's wired a different way, and he's unselfish. And we got a few of those guys on this team. We got more than just him. But that guy is, he's a heartbeat for us, man. He's unreal.
He's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Dan, good luck this week. We'll talk next week with you.
Okay, have a good one.
It's 97.1.
You hear all the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy, a number, and that's great for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what does it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wigs big, and we know that, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Where do you want to bat, Dylan Dingler?
Dan turned that one on you like AJ did on me.
It's funny. I should ask if he was writing it down. Gibbs played 69% of the snaps in the last game, and Montgomery played 31. So right around what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think it's Gibbs is too good to take off the field.
Oh, there's no question. But the one thing that you can do with them, and we've seen it, right, is Montgomery's in the backfield and Gibbs might be lined up in the slot. You might put him in motion. There's a lot of different things that you can do, and we're seeing them use those type of personnel groups.
I think it also coincides with losing Laporta. So instead of playing multiple tight ends, you get an extra back on the field. You get your best 5 skill players more often on the field.
And it's not just Laporta, it's Brock Wright, and now you're seeing Skip go in there as a tight end or the extra blocker.
Extra size out there. Montgomery led the team in rushing last week against Dallas. Now, a lot of Gibbs' work was in the passing game. And Montgomery led the Lions in rushing the last time they played the Rams. Week 1 all the way back at the start of the 24 season, and he was big in the overtime. Montgomery has a role on this team. Short yardage, goal line, softening up the defense, which is the talking point we get from callers. But I just have such a hard time taking Gibbs off the field because this team isn't putting together a lot of 12 and 13 play drives. So if I'm going to get in the end zone and I got to do it in 5 or 6 plays, Gibbs is the fastest path to the end zone. So I thought it would just be interesting because I know he's a big David Montgomery guy.
Oh, sure.
But you can't not be a Gibbs guy, and there's only one football.
Yeah. So what do you want? Sonic or Knuckles?
You tell me. 248. What else did you take from Dan?
I do think that there is going to be a rotating cast of characters at left guard. And I do think, Miles Frazier, there were some things that he did really well. I liked him in the run game, the pass game, balance, and with a young player, the first opportunity, especially going against, as he mentioned, Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, like that is baptism by fire. So take what you saw on the film, the good, and accentuate that. And then why did you get off balance? Right. Why did you ask all of those questions and then ask yourself, okay, what's the fix? You've got Hank Fraley there, who's really good at helping his offensive lineman. You've also got some other players on that roster that are really good players. Some of the best tips I ever got were from players and not necessarily from the coaches. So I think for him, it's just a matter of, how much is he going to internalize what happened and how he can be better, because we will see some of him.
I asked him if this is the best team that they played. You think it is, right?
Yeah, I do.
You could argue it, I guess, but I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, you could split hairs with some of the other teams, but
in Philly, maybe a little more difficult of a venue. Is their front on the interior maybe a little better? But team-wise, I think that the Rams are a more complete, more dangerous team.
Skill set, yes.
Yeah.
And it's because you're going against a quarterback that's having an MVP caliber season, and he is in rhythm with his receivers. You got that 1-2 punch in the backfield, and then defensively, whether it's Verse or whoever you want to talk about, like they are as good of a defensive front across the board.
Yeah.
Now they may not have, Quinnen Williams at defensive tackle.
No, but if you look, Poona Ford has played well in the middle there.
He's played really good. But I'm saying, like, they don't have the best at that position.
Yeah, the name
but across the board, there's no weak links.
Correct. Yeah, I think the way we've described, because we talked about the Rams all year, right, with your power surge on Wednesdays and the Super Bowl odds, they don't have Aaron Donald.
Correct.
When they won their last Super Bowl, they had Aaron Donald. But the like Moneyball analogy, they've kind of built him in the aggregate just because they can attack you from different places along the defensive front. And I think Verse is probably their best pass rusher. He doesn't even lead them in sacks. I think it's Byron Young that's got 10 of them now. So
Right. Well, I mean, okay, we look internally.
Yeah.
Like, who's the best pass rusher we have?
Aiden, he doesn't lead the team in sacks.
But it's not about
Aquaman.
It's about how much attention are you paying to Verse, and then having somebody else be able to win matchups and make plays.
It's going to be, I mean, it's such a big football game, but like a great game to watch too. Both these teams stop the run. Both these teams want to run the ball. It's out in L.A. Detroit's got their work cut out for them. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, as the big Army-Navy game approaches, cadets at West Point tried to pull off the classic steal the goat mascot prank, but it turns out they got the wrong goat.
Uh-oh.
So videos from this pep rally on Sunday night shows a goat, parading across the stage in Navy colors, and the caption said, "We got the goat," and the crowd's going wild, but apparently it wasn't actually Bill, number 38. It was an older Bill, a retired Bill the goat. And you can tell if you look at the horns, a completely different goat.
Why didn't they look at the horns?
Well, it could have just been maybe a big, a big joke, or maybe it really was a prank gone wrong. But either way, Bill, the real Bill, was never stolen.
Why are they being goat racist? They don't all look alike.
Right.
Yes.
Is this a bad omen if you steal the wrong goat before the rivalry game? Should I be picking Army this week?
Well, you do you, but I don't think it matters.
Just
I think
don't pick what John picks.
Right.
Bottom line.
Well, I didn't even look back at how I did this past week.
Actually, you had one of your
Probably
better weeks.
better than me.
Yeah, Heather had the worst
Yeah.
week.
So, anyway. The Detroit Lions partnered with Meijer to bring some Christmas cheer to nearly 24 local children through their annual Shop with a Lion event. I love these events. 20 children from 5 different youth organizations were given $250 to go on this shopping spree right alongside their favorite Lions players. So they got to go through Meijer up and down, whether it was the toy aisle or the electronics aisle, right? I know there was one kid I saw that was really excited to get something for his PS5, like very, very excited. Really neat to see everyone's joy and smiles, both not only the kids, but also on the players' faces
That's
as
really cool.
well. Yep. Let's see. A man is facing charges after he intentionally hit a school safety officer and a principal in Sterling Heights. And I'm not talking about hitting him with his hand.
Punch or a slap.
He hit him with his minivan.
Oh.
Sounds like this guy was maybe in a school pickup line. And this was at Bemis Junior High last week. And the resource officer realized, man, you're in the bus lane. Walked over to this guy's car and just told him, yeah, you need to move, right? We need to make this more efficient. The guy refused to move. So when the resource officer stepped in front of the vehicle, the guy pulled forward and hit him. So the principal then got involved. And when the principal got in front of the car, hit the principal 3 times. So now this guy
Well,
is
3
facing
times is
charges.
not an accident, no.
No. He is now facing assault charges and two counts of assault with a dangerous weapon, each 4-year felony. So he is no longer allowed to have any contact with either of those people or be at the school at all. So, yeah, yikes. Hey, remember when Miss Jamaica suffered some really extensive injuries after she fell off the stage?
Well, she fell and disappeared, and then we heard
she was like in the ICU.
Yeah.
We really didn't know a lot about it, but now there has been an update on her condition released by the Miss Universe organization. They released it on Monday, saying that as a result of the fall, Gabrielle Henry suffered an intracranial hemorrhage with loss of consciousness, a fracture, facial lacerations, and other significant injuries. And the organization also says she was immediately admitted to the ICU, where she remained in critical condition under constant neurological monitoring. She continues to require 24-hour specialist supervision. She's now going to return to Jamaica in the coming days and will be accompanied by a full medical team and will be transferred directly to a hospital for continued treatment and recovery. I mean, but in the beginning, the organization made it sound like she was okay.
Fine,
yeah, she's going to be. I mean, let's hope she is going to be fine. But this is quite wild. They also did make it clear that they are going to be covering her hospital, medical, and rehabilitation expenses. So,
okay.
Finally, let's see. According to a new report, wealthy people are more likely to steal from self-checkouts.
What?
There's new data that shows 27% of people admit to stealing from self-checkouts.
Why'd you look at me?
Well, because you're the guy that would find the $20, not have to worry about, no, this is mine now.
I have never stolen from a self-checkout.
Well, at least admitted to it. Oh, I guess
Right.
are you? That's what they're saying. They're like,
And I haven't even done the trick where you like buy Honey Crisp and call them Red Delicious. No, I will pay my
That's
fair
awful.
share.
Oh, big Apple fan, are you?
Sure.
So let's see. They'll take an item without scanning it on purpose, and surprisingly, the ones most likely to do it are not poor. So 40% of people with a household income of $100,000 or more admit that they've stolen something at least once. That drops to 27% for households making $50,000 to $99,000, and just 17% for people making less than $50,000. So they also say this was self-reported. So maybe the people that make more money are just more honest about their stealing habits.
But they're not honest
Also,
because they
though,
steal?
I did find that men are more likely to cheat self-checkouts than women.
Huh.
Yeah. Millennials and Gen Zers more than Gen Xers and Boomers as well. So
Okay.
interesting, I guess.
Heather with
All
the
those
news.
young people.
John, what do we got coming up next?
We got a little bit of a rant. So prepare yourselves. Buckle up. And I usually don't scream at anybody in the morning, but I may raise the decibel level just a little bit.
It's next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and it's so easy to use. I literally use it almost every day. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that worked for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so obviously they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Tom walked in. He said 2 pages of responses to John's rant. Preach, John. Could listen all day. Al in Livonia. Great rant, John. Couldn't agree more. Notre Dame's making a horrible mistake. I happen to know a walk-on who would love one more chance to play for the school. No pro career ahead of him. Mm-hmm. John had a good point. All those getting NIL money, coaches, guys, you should lose that money if you're not fulfilling your end of the bargain. That's Landon and Waterford.
Yeah, if you decide not to play, then what are you getting paid for?
What's wrong with Catholics pulling out? (248-539-9797). John, for once, I'm not going to call you a dinosaur. Like, I understand that for an individual player, the exhibition, that's what a bowl is, might not make sense. But for the team, for the majority of players who aren't going pro, who are coming back, who will be on the team next year, there's value in playing these games. And there's a financial component that the schools are turning down too. And Notre Dame, I think, looks the poutiest because they were kicked out, but they're not the only school.
No, they're not the only one. And I do understand, maybe it's more understandable if you're in the middle of a coaching change.
Iowa State.
Yeah, Iowa State, Kansas State, and you're trying to figure out, first of all, we don't have a head coach, and all of our coaches are going to get assistant jobs elsewhere. Maybe you're not even able to field not just the team, but a staff to coach them. Because you wouldn't expect the next coach to come in and all of a sudden have everybody up to speed.
John, they're saying it sounded like it was from the movie Rudy.
Yeah, I got a little bit of that tenor in there about the guys that aren't going to be playing NFL football. There are a lot of guys that would be their last opportunity.
John is absolutely correct in his assessment and opinions about Notre Dame. Another one says, I normally disagree with John 80% of the time, but he is spot on here. Absolutely, completely disgusting what college has come to today.
And I think that's the bigger point. Now, I don't like what Notre Dame has done, but I like it even less because it is just it's a symptom of what is the true disease. And the true disease is there's a lack of leadership. There's a lack of individuals that are willing to make decisions that may be uncomfortable for some, but they're ones that have to be made for the health of the sport, or they're just simply the right decision to make.
We're going to get into Tiger baseball, some of the headlines from the winter meetings coming up at 9 o'clock. Some more of your feedback, 248-539-9797, specifically with leadership in Notre Dame. If your seniors and your captains come to you and say, we don't want to play this bowl game, why is there no pushback from the coach to say, if you don't want to play in this game, I'll fully support you. But as a program, we are going to play in this bowl game.
Right, because
that's a tough conversation. You might not be popular with everybody, but that's part of being a leader.
Well, yeah, it's not a popularity contest.
Right.
It's not supposed to be.
Yeah.
And it's making those tough decisions for what's best for the program. And how about the message in return being, you know what, we came up a little bit short. Our fault, somebody else's fault. We put the decision in somebody else's hands. How about we start now for that 2026 iteration of the teams that will make the college football playoffs? How about we start now with our very young quarterback, offensive line, all of the things that I talked about so that we have those 15 practices to continue to develop, master our craft, play in a game. We'll get another 15 with spring ball.
Yep.
Now that's 30 opportunities to go out there and get better so we're not in the same position next year.
You know who did what you said they should do? Is Clark Lee. I don't know if you saw his quotes, the Vanderbilt head coach. They were one of the final teams on the bubble.
Yeah.
Quote, there's no fault except our own. We had our opportunities. We didn't do enough. We are not victims in this process. Our ownership is in coming up short. That's a leader. There just aren't enough of them right now in college football.
They're also in a different position, right? They didn't get leapfrogged. They weren't led on to believe that you're in the college football playoffs. All of those things, I could sit there and sympathize with Notre Dame.
But that's when cooler heads need to prevail. In the moment, you're allowed to feel like, well, hold on, they did the switcheroo.
Right.
I thought they had already made their decision, and then we didn't play, and they didn't play, and they did the switcheroo. You're allowed to feel upset in the moment. But to act on that and lash out and take your ball and go home, that's not... Look, if you're the institution of higher learning and you have the moral superiority that Notre Dame does, it's a bad look.
You know, it's why I have so much respect for Georgia football, and it's not just they won back-to-back natties and had one of the most dominant teams I've seen in my life in quite a while. But it's what they did the 2 years after they won the championship. Their bellies were full of success. You could argue they got screwed that year.
Sure.
I think they would have won the national title if they would have gotten the playoffs. What'd they do? They went and played the team that got screwed as well, Florida State, because they lost a quarterback, and they absolutely housed them. Like, I have so much respect for Kirby Smart, and who's he linked to? Nick Saban, who says so many bad things are happening in college football right now. I'll tell you what, my interest level in college football is so low. I'd put it probably, with the NHL and NBA at this point. It's lost its uniqueness and charm. It needed those things. That's what made it special. Every sport has its own special thing. NHL playoff hockey, overtime. Don't ever change it, right?
Yeah.
College basketball, the NCAA tournament is the charm. I mean, you've stripped the sport naked of what it was. And now you're left with this, which is just a bunch of garbage and selfishness. And it is money entering college athletics. And I know we sound like old men to a degree here. Maybe. I don't know.
Greg is nodding his head.
I don't think young people are attracted to this game. I continue to go to my kids. My kids love NFL football. I loved NFL in college when I was a kid. They don't love college football. They'll watch it, but they don't watch it a lot.
So, okay, this is all coming up right now with the bowls, and there's less interest in the bowls from the players and universities themselves. Rick Neuheisel had a theory on one way that, hey, we don't like where this is going, but this may be a solution. It's not the first time I've heard it. The thought there is no one's entering the portal, no coaches are leaving, no seniors are going pro early. You would make it like week 0 next year, these marquee non-conference matchups to kick off the season, and that would be a better product.
The theory is good. I think the implementation is another issue. Is this a 13th game? Is this another data point? And will some teams have this, but not everyone will because not everyone's bowl eligible?
And then you got to match up the teams that didn't make a bowl the year before. And
I think. I mean, it's a nice theory. I'm just not sure that it's one that you can actually implement.
Text, spot on, John. Not every college football player is NFL bound. Hardworking student athletes, yes, students, work for the opportunity to say they played for the school and want the bowl game. At ND, those guys were robbed of the opportunity. Bob from Scottsdale. We're going to talk about the Tigers. Winter meetings are underway right now. Some of the headlines coming out, not exactly inspiring. We'll get to what Scott Harris had to say and how you feel as a Tigers fan. It's coming up next, right here, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. There was plenty of news of the MLB winter meetings yesterday, some of it related to Detroit. It was announced yesterday evening that the Tigers will play a pair of exhibition games in the Dominican Republic on March 3rd and 4th to set the table for the World Baseball Classic, which will take place the following weekend. Also, Scott Harris was asked by the media about a number of offseason topics for the Tigers. He was asked about Tarik Skubal and maintained that Skubal is the best pitcher in baseball right now, but no players are untouchable in trade talks. He was asked if Detroit will look to boost its offense from within the organization or with external additions. Here's what he had to say on MLB Network last night. Dan Campbell spoke with Costa and Jansen in the 8 o'clock hour. If you missed that, go to Odyssey.com/rewind to hear the full conversation. Campbell did provide an update on Lions safety Kirby Joseph when asked what final tasks Kirby has to complete before returning to play. He said they need Joseph to have a good consecutive practices and with no discomfort in his knee, and that Joseph has to feel himself comfortable getting back out there. He also cited the upcoming West Coast travel as a possible hindrance on Joseph's return as the Lions face the Rams in LA on Sunday. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Catch our full conversation with Lions head coach Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35 this morning on what is a gloomy Tuesday. Cold. Well, that's what it is. It's December.
I'm getting some videos of snow. Obviously, we can look out the window.
I was going to say, John,
the further west you go, there's more snow. Lisa just got home, and in Canton, in Ann Arbor, it's coming down pretty good. So be careful on the roads there. Road conditions are changing as we speak.
Get there in one piece, even if it takes a little longer. Mm-hmm. All right, with the winter, we got the winter meetings going on. John, have you paid attention to some of the headlines coming out of winter meetings with the Tigers?
Yeah, and most of what I've been paying attention to has surrounded Tarek Skubal, and we've got some of that audio that we'll share here in a little bit. But you brought some stuff to my attention last night that Scott Harris has talked about.
Yeah, we're doing this again. We're doing the "We Can't Block Guys" song and dance. And what I don't want to do is yell and scream. I just can't believe this is where we still are. We watched the team go comatose at the plate in back-to-back postseasons, and I'm still getting quotes of "we can't block guys." Scott Harris, quote from the winter meetings about external additions. The answer is yes. Can we find those opportunities? I'm not sure. We have a young, deep collection of position players. Go on to say we can't block these guys. We're going to try to find a way to improve without blocking these guys. John, am I missing something? This Tigers team is simply too good and too deep that they can't block anybody. Because that's not what I thought at the end of the season. I wish we could have bottled up the way everybody felt and carry that over to today, because there's no way this is acceptable.
And what we heard from Scott Harris at the end of the year in regards to the offensive production that took an absolute nosedive off a cliff, in essence, following the All-Star break.
It sounds like they thought that was a fluke. That they've got the horses. Maybe a small move here or there, but they've got the goods. Which feels unacceptable.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's talk about some of the three guys that I know he talks about, and that's Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah, he said they took a big step forward.
Well, I would say that Spencer Torkelson took a big step forward. Mm-hmm. I think you got pretty much what you thought you were going to get out of Kerry Carpenter, and it's a mixed bag with Riley Green in regards to the power.
All-star, but the strikeouts.
Yeah.
He then mentioned the next group of guys, Dingler, Parker Meadows, Colt Keith, Wenzel Perez, and he highlighted some of those guys didn't get spring training, so this is some of their justification. And then the next group is the young guys that they don't want to block.
And who are those?
Well, you know who they are. McGonigal's probably the biggest name of that group.
Sure, but he's already, I mean, there's already been reported that they don't anticipate he's going to start the season on the roster.
Right. At some point he'll play, but probably not.
Sure, I think we all believe that that's the path.
It's just so silly to me that we're still doing this. I know we have some audio where he's asked about the offense, and he cites Gleyber Torres as a...
Well, that's not really an addition.
Right, he was already here. John, none of this is inspiring, and I don't know why I should believe it'll be any different. This is who he's been since he arrived.
Well, and for an organization that believes so much in matchups, and we see AJ, and we kind of love it, right?
Yeah.
The amount of times that the moves and the different things that he makes, even in game, to create matchups to the advantage of the Tigers. Mm-hmm. Well, where do they lack in the best matchups? Is somebody swinging from the right side of the plate.
And someone ideally with plate discipline, contact, but also a pedigree in the postseason. I mean, we're describing Bregman, but it doesn't have to be Bregman. I'm reading quotes that they're lukewarm on Bregman. Well, come on, you were all about this guy a year ago, and now it's not really sure. What's there to not be sure about?
Well, and maybe some of that is posturing.
Maybe. I'm hoping. But, John, I think their track record suggests like they are very much about their own guys and doing this through internal development. So what this translates to is we want to run this like a small market organization. And if that's the case, John, if they're not going to have a big impactful offseason to try to chase a championship this year, if it's truly going to be delayed gratification and lean on the young guys and whatever positive regression they're expecting, you trade Tarek Skubal. Right? Is that not the conclusion? You only got 1 year left of team control. You're not gung-ho about chasing a title this season. You're going to do it the long-term plan. Then you trade Tarek Skubal.
It seems to be...
It's cut and dry.
If you're left to connect the dots, which we all are as fans, and we try and connect the dots in everything that we're watching our teams do.
Yeah.
That seems to be the next logical dot. It completes the drawing of what you think this team will be next year or moving forward, because you're not going to go through the season if you're not going to add the bats. If you're just going to run the same crew back, why would you expect for different results when you already had Tarek Skubal and you haven't been able to get past, a certain level in the playoffs? And you highlighted in your post-season press conference the shortfalls and where things went wrong. Yet you're not going to do anything to correct what went wrong last year.
So at the end of the season, he was quoted as saying it's going to keep him up at night, how a top 10 offense turned into a bottom 10 offense at the end of the year. And it sounds like his answer is our guys just slumped.
And some of that may be true.
Right, but why would you not support, bolster, and add to the group so that if your players do go cold, as they have in back-to-back postseasons, they're young, unproven players, a lot of these guys, that you would be better positioned to win a Game 5 and advance to an ALCS, that you would get deeper into the postseason, that you would challenge for a title while you have an MVP candidate, the Cy Young Award winner back-to-back, the ace that is Tarek Skubal. And if the answer is like, we are not going to make those level of commitments, we are going to run this like a small market team. John, what do small market teams do when their best player gets in the final year of team control?
They trade him.
They trade him for the biggest haul possible. And you know who's connected those same dots as us? Is Buster Olney. That's a name people respect in baseball. This is what he had to say. If you're factoring in not only short-term but long-term, doesn't that sound like what Scott Harris has been saying?
I mean, again, yes, when you're connecting the dots, that's the direction it feels like it's going. And, I mean, I think there's a lot of people, not that have turned on Tarek Skubal, but they've turned on the concept of you can't trade him, you've got to extend him, he needs to be here, versus they'd be okay if that happened.
Because they're aware that he could walk for nothing.
Correct. And if you're not going to pay him, or if he's not, if he wants to sign a contract for $10 million or for 10 years, then I'm fine with him signing that somewhere else.
What is your reaction to what you're seeing and hearing and what we're sharing from the winter meetings with the Tigers? 248-539-9797. And is the conclusion the same one that I have, which is they're going to run it like a small market and Skubal being traded is likely or necessary if this is the plan?
when you are listening to some of the news, or you're sitting there and maybe you're passively, like I am, watching the updates that just come up on your phone, would you be shocked if there was an breaking news update and it was a trade for Tarek Skubal?
No. This is the winter meetings. This is the time that they're all going to be talking. Would you be surprised?
No, I would be surprised.
Okay.
I'm somewhat anticipating looking at my phone at some point in the next.
It would make
week.
more sense than sitting on your pile of young players, refusing to quote block anybody, and then running Skubal out for his final year of control.
Which would upset you more?
Oh, boy.
Him being traded right now, and the signal that, hey, we're not going after it. We're going to let some more of these prospects develop because we're taking on more prospects.
Yeah.
Or basically you run it back, you end at the same point next year, and then he walks for nothing.
I'd be more mad at the second scenario. As tough as the first one would be, it would at least it would show like a plan, a direction. Keeping Skubal but not making aggressive moves in the offseason is kind of being half wet.
Right.
Hey, we've made the playoffs the last 2 years, and it's almost like they view like if you make the playoffs, you just roll the dice and someone wins a World Series. No, like the best teams are going to go further. They're going to make deeper runs. It's not an accident who wins the World Series every year. It's not like they put them into a lottery machine and, oh, hey, look who wins. If we're in the lottery. No, you have to put the best team out there. You've fallen short 2 years in a row, and specifically, John, at the plate. They're talking a lot about pitching, and I'm not going to fault them for trying to get as many arms as you can because 162 plus the playoffs, you're always going to need more arms. But let's not put our blinders on and act like everything's okay with this group of hitters. Anyway, this is what some of the people are saying. The organization's a joke. Harris is incompetent, and I'm done with this franchise until they do something worthwhile. Guys, I don't think Harris knows what he's doing. He's proven he can't make big decisions. That's Ken and Clausen. I hate Scott Harris. I hope they lose 147 games and he gets fired. He's the most arrogant bum in all of baseball. More texts. I'm about to go on a John-level rant. Scott can't keep saying we're going to bet on the young kids and then say they might come up. Quit being cheap. Stop screwing around with service time. Bring them up or sign somebody. That's Tom in Flat Rock. Guys, you have to get 2 legitimate right-handed bats this offseason. One in the outfield, one on the infield on the left side. You can never have enough pitching, but you can't fool people into thinking we're blocking guys. Phone calls, feedback, it's 97.1.
FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every single stat live that you love, all in one easy-to-use app. So download the app now. Right now is the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets. All you got to do is win that first $5 bet. So take an overwhelming favorite, bet the money line. Nothing's guaranteed, but that's your best shot at that $150 if you just simply win that $5 bet. Bet the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Football season's heading into crunch time, and so is the calendar. Work, families, game days, holidays. It's easy to forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. If you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental is always welcoming new patients with their $35 new patient special. And Brightside can see you often same day. 9 offices to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Taking inventory, talking to Tiger fans. The winter meetings are underway. You're seeing headlines. You're seeing quotes. I have a blurb from Scott Harris. I'm going to read some of it because we're only on until 10. He was asked about adding external pieces, and he said the answer is yes. Can we find those opportunities? I'm not sure. When I look at our team, we have a young, deep collection of position players that are in slightly different stages of their careers. And he cites one group with Torque, Green, and Carpenter, who took a big step. Then he mentions Parker Meadows, Dylan Dingler, Colt Keith, Wenzel Perez, another group coming behind. And then he says the majority of our growth as an offense is going to come from within. That first group getting better, the second group getting into that next wave. And then he highlights the young players who will make a leap to the big leagues. We're going to try to find our way to improve our offense without blocking those guys because they're too important to our present and future. Matt Vierling gets a shout out in all of this. It reads of small market baseball. Mm-hmm. It reads of, hey, we're not going to make serious additions. You couple it with the headline that they're lukewarm on Bregman. No reported interest in Bo Bichette. And sure, this could all be a smokescreen, but at some point, this is who Scott Harris is, and this is the way the Tigers operate their team, like a small market organization.
It's all going to be Moneyball.
I mean, how else am I to interpret this?
Well, until they do something, and I know they were close last year, but they didn't get it done.
And do they feel like, boy, we were so close, we're going to be aggressive in pursuit? To this point, no.
No, I'm talking about close to signing Bregman.
That's what I'm saying, and they were close. Did that fuel them to thinking we're going to pick right back up where things left off and we're going to put a big offer on the table? We're going to get this thing done before the holiday? No? No? Okay, then.
How will you feel if they just did a 1-year big deal to a guy like Suarez? Don't trade.
Better than nothing, but I mean,
does it have to be because I don't have a problem if it's not a long-term commitment. Do I want a long-term? Yes, I do. I want what you guys want. I am saying that I can see the reasoning behind going to a shorter-term guy.
Because you have young players coming and because there's a lockout coming. Yeah, I understand the argument for a short-term deal, but at some point, that's all this organization does is Band-Aids.
The one thing he will not bend on. He won't. They're protecting 2027. It's always been the plan.
I just want to highlight something real quick.
But there might not be baseball in 27.
Right. McGonigal looks to be the real deal in terms of prospects and their type of player. Bat to ball skills, plate discipline, contact hitter, all that stuff. And he may turn into be a superstar. Or even like a Jacob Wilson, who was an instant impact guy for the A's. There is a danger, though, in the overall philosophy of not blocking guys. Because do you remember the last player this was discussed about? It was third base. This is 2 years ago.
Oh, Jace Young?
Jace Young.
Yeah.
Can't block Jace Young. And I'm not trying to pile on Jace Young. He's just an example of prospects don't always pan out. And oftentimes don't pan out. So if the organizational philosophy is we're going to pull the slot machine and hope to get sevens across the board, we're going to be pulling that slot machine for years.
Yeah.
Let's get to the people. Adam in Gibraltar, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, this whole Terry Scuba thing, I mean, either trade him, man, or you just go and you say you're not trading because this lockout is probably more than likely going to happen. So, I mean, this whole next year is probably going to have Scooble on our team, I feel like. But I feel like the team that they could potentially trade, like have a trade suitor with, is probably the Dodgers. But my only thing is, if you're trading Scooble, I mean, you're going to have to get value out of him. And I am not listening to any team if you aren't giving me 2 ready now players and at least 2 top 8 prospects. I am hanging up the phone and saying you're crazy. So, I mean, is it crazy to ask if you're trading him to the Dodgers? I mean, that's probably the only team that can actually probably sign him.
Or the Mets.
I'm asking for like Glasnow and a right-handed hitter back in that deal, and some of their prospects. I mean, in return, they're getting Skubal back. But this whole Scott Harris thing and keeping this small market with offense, I mean, you saw your team bottom 3 in strikeouts all year last year, and
better get that.
yeah. And then, I mean, I'm going to make this quick. I mean, adding contact and someone that can drive and runs is going to be in their off season. That's it.
Well, it should be. I'm not so sure at this point. I'm glad to see him deviate, but it's not who they've been. Let's get to Bob. You're next up.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
You know, you guys keep talking about Scott Harris doesn't want to do this. Scott Harris doesn't want to do that. Scott Harris just wants to run it like a small market team. It isn't. It's not Scott Harris. It's Ilitch. Because I'm sure if Ilitch said, "Hey, you have an unlimited checkbook. Just go out and sign Bregman. Go out and sign all these guys."
Right.
He would do it. You really should be talking about Ilitch, not Scott Harris.
Well, Scott Harris has also told us that when they're ready to make their run, that the finances will be there.
He's stressed that when I took this job, I was told I'd have all the resources. I have to make a compelling pitch to ownership, and they'll greenlight it. He doesn't feel compelled to make the pitch to get these guys, not at the price that it takes, and not at the risk of blocking players, as ludicrous as that sounds. Dawson, last word. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you having me on. I love the show.
Thanks.
But I'm really starting to get sick of this whole Scott Harris neglectful as far as, we don't want to block the young guys in Detroit. And if you have the best pitcher on the planet, you have to make a run with him if this is the last year that you're going to have him, because we know he's not going to be brought back. And I love, McGonigal and Clark and all the projection of these guys that we have in the system. But, hey, let's ask the Yankees how that worked out with Volpe and Dominguez. Oh,
right.
Wait, it hasn't worked out. And my fear is that, God forbid, what if McGonigal and Clark come up and these guys, and they have, the year one struggle, and they can't immediately make the impact like Jacob Wilson or a junior Caminero. So it's like, Scott Harris, what's your plan if those guys come up and struggle? And is it going to be, we're going to just
we'll get them in 27.
Until the end of time.
We'll get them in 27, or we'll get them in 28, or we'll get them in 29. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of seizing the day.
Right, and it's like, I'm sorry, but nobody in Detroit wants to watch Colt Keith, Parker Meadows, and guys like this get meaningful at-bats next year to open the season. Like, that's not what we want to see, and you're not going to compete with that. And we saw how it worked towards the end of this season. The team...
Well, back-to-back postseasons.
They were plummeting.
Yeah, back-to-back postseasons. Game 4 and Game 5 in 24, they were 2 of 23 runners in scoring position. It was painful at the end of the 24 season, and then, of course, everybody stayed up for 15 innings watching them swing and miss and whiff and strike out in Game 5 this year in the exact same spot. They lose in the same spot back-to-back years. So what's the takeaway? The takeaway from the president of baseball ops is, no, we're really deep and really good. We're simply too good to make sizable additions.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Don't tell me it's raining. I know what's going on. Let's get to Heather with the news.
It's actually snowing.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Michigan lawmakers are moving quickly on a bill that would aim to curb excessive screen time among minors. So the bill would require teens to verify their age before signing up for social media accounts, as well as to set usage curfew for minors and give parents access to their children's accounts, including tools to limit daily screen time. I thought things like
Parents
that already existed.
have access to their child's accounts.
You've told me a lot about what you do with your children and their phones.
Sure,
and
I've done it
how
for
you
myself.
Can monitor. Yeah,
you can set limits for the amount of time you spend on specific apps.
But anyway, there's maybe a new bill in the works. And according to the National Center for Health Research, 35% of teens on social media almost consistently use their phones or their social medias. 54% find it difficult to quit. And they also say that kids who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media face double the risk of depression and anxiety. And they do say the average teen spends 3.5 hours daily on social media. Almost 50% say it negatively impacts their body image.
I'm so happy I didn't get a smartphone until I was out of high school, because I'm on it too much as it is.
I'm so happy.
I couldn't imagine being a kid.
It didn't exist when I was in high school. So happy. We had to wait for the computer to log for AIM and
You hear the
yes.
the old school
Long
connecting
time,
noise.
yeah. So officials are warning that ice conditions across our area are still unpredictable after three people fell through the ice on Island Lake in Kalkaska Township on Friday. This is a devastating story. A 22-year-old man and his 13-year-old brother died after they fell through the ice. Another boy, a 14-year-old, was able to crawl from the broken ice and yell for help. When deputies were dispatched to the lake, this was on Friday night, right around 11 p.m., they began navigating over like hundreds of yards of broken ice to reach the brothers. Rescue crews described it as one of the most challenging emergency response calls in years due to the conditions they were facing. But they were able to find the 22-year-old, began life-saving measures. Unfortunately, he passed away at the hospital. Divers discovered the 13-year-old brother the following morning. So be careful out there on the ice. If you're a hockey player, this is a pretty cool opportunity for you to play at Munn Arena and also help give back to those in need. So Live Free, which is a childhood cancer nonprofit organization, is hosting a 24-hour hockey marathon, all to raise funds for pediatric cancer. So it literally is a hockey game that is played for 24 hours. More than 80 adult hockey players can get together to play in this game. It's going to be broken up into 3 divisions. Each player does have to register and then raise $1,500. They say that's the average cost to support a Live Free family, provide them a moment of joy. And it's for everyone. It's for the really competitive, very good players to the players that maybe just picked this up recently, for fun, for hobby. So the event will kick off at 2 p.m. on April 18th, and the game will go from 2 p.m. to 2 p.m. the following day. So go online if you'd like to play.
Be some tired legs by the end of that game with only 80 players.
Yeah, that's a long time.
It's a very long time.
Great cause, though.
Yes. Finally, Pantone just revealed the color of the year for 2026.
Yeah.
And it's colorless. It's white.
Okay.
But not any white. It's Cloud Dancer. Which
it's cloud white or Cloud Dancer?
Cloud Dancer, which is like a neutral white, which is like it's white.
Yeah. If you've ever tried to paint a room and somebody says, "Hey, get white." All right. Well, which one?
There is different shades of paint. I mean, I have painted the room white.
Is this controversial? The first story I see is color of the year controversy.
It is controversial because it's white. It's not a color. People are having fun with it online.
All right, Heather with the news. Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season, it's a challenge, and that challenge has arrived today. When the snow starts piling up on Woodward and the slush takes over on I-75, you don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. This is professional-grade capability, the GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. Whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north and we get a little bit more snow, maybe some of those toys, snow machines, ice shanties, whatever it is, maybe going up north, the Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
Tomorrow on the show, we'll have a pair of Lions tickets to give away for their game against the Steelers. Final home game of the year. Mm-hmm. We'll play Name That Lion.
Aaron back in town.
That's right. Have we played him since he called us that team here in Detroit?
I don't think so, because he was with the Jets for 2 years and didn't play the Jets, I don't think. At least not with a healthy Aaron Rodgers.
So the year he called Detroit that team, Detroit ended up beating the Packers in Lambeau to end that season. I don't think he's been back to Detroit since.
Hey guys, is the Lion Barry Sanders?
Everybody started calling in.
I'm so sorry, Greg. I think this has been fun to give away tickets. It's a little extra hook this year.
Yeah.
Fun little game. You get the clues. You get 3 of them in an hour, and you got to guess the lion or name the lion.
Fun for us. Not so much behind the glass.
We all good.
Yeah, Greg's like this stupid thing every Wednesday. We do have some text, but before we get to him, John, thoughts on Dan Campbell?
I do, and having listened to it again, listening to him talk about the third downs, and I thought it was really key that he mentioned, they were 3 for 8 on third downs, which is not a great percentage, but they weren't in third downs as much.
Yep.
They converted firsts into first, seconds into first, and so they weren't really forced with any really tough decisions on fourth down.
Yeah,
ideally, if your offense is operating at a high level, you're gonna be good on first. It's going to be second and medium to second and short, and you convert those into first, and you just keep right on moving.
Yeah, we had a little fun where you want to bat Dylan Dingler moment.
Yes,
like that you had with AJ. So you tell me, where do you want? How many snaps for these running backs? Mm-hmm. On the year, Gibbs is getting right around 65%. Some weeks 70% of the snaps.
2/3 of them.
Yeah, it's hard to take him off the field is the point. You don't want to lose sight of Montgomery, but at the same time, John, if you can't go on as many 12-play drives because you're not converting those third downs,
right?
If you want to score in half the time, what's the back that's going to get you there twice as fast? It's Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right, and what is the weakness of the team? Running between the tackles.
And who can get more than what's blocked when your offensive line struggles? Jahmyr Gibbs.
Well, in big plays. Now, sometimes this discussion, is it do you need more Demo or is it more, Gibbs? It's somewhat, yes, Gibbs makes guys miss more and he has more explosive plays, but there is great value in the yardage that David Montgomery gets in regards to. It felt like there were a couple of those runs where he gets hit at about 5 yards past the line of scrimmage, and then the offensive line gets in the action and he ends up at 8 yards, or he ends up picking up a first down. There's a lot of juice to be given to an offense in a moment like that.
Well, and if I may, that's pat myself on the back. That's why I asked the question, because I think there's the hidden value of David Montgomery that Campbell has stated a bunch how much he likes David Montgomery, and there's that juggling that you have to do as a play caller, and he's calling plays, but as a head coach in the game plan. Montgomery led the team in rushing yards last week. Gibbs did a lot of damage through the air, and Montgomery led them in rushing yards the last time they played the Rams. Week 1, 2024, he did a lot of the work in the overtime to put the game away. You can't forget about him, but that's the challenge.
Right.
Because every time he carries the ball, it's a carry that Gibbs doesn't get.
Right, but it's also hits that Gibbs doesn't take.
Right.
And so some of it's a fine line between you want to get the most out of Jahmyr Gibbs, and the most isn't just always giving him the ball every single time, because you don't want him to get nicked up. You want him to be available throughout the course of all 17 games, and if they're able to get there in the playoffs.
Snaps in the last Lions game. Gibbs, 69% of the snaps. Montgomery, 31% of the snaps. Mm-hmm. Montgomery has consistently had 30, I'm looking through the weeks, 37, 39, 37, 33. That's about his role. Third of the time, he's going to get in there and soften up the defense.
Yeah.
Some of the texts that came in, we were talking Tiger baseball to start the hour. I 1,000% want Skubal gone. He's as overrated as Hutch. Great player, but literally only pitches 15% of the time. He cannot be the highest paid player on this roster.
I think there is a growing sentiment about a guy that's going to be out there once every 5 days and a guy that's not going to go past 6 or 7 innings. He's not going to pitch over 100 pitches.
I think you were smart to point out that the sentiment in the city has shifted 6 months ago to where it is today.
Right, yeah. 6 months ago, it was like, hey, you got to sign him to a long-term deal. You can't trade him. He's coming off a Cy Young. We think he's going to win another one, which he did.
He did.
But there has been a change in the feeling of, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of heartbreak Well, we'll see what the return is, but there's not a lot of heartbreak if he ends up being traded.
It felt like you had to bolt this guy down, and I can get wanting to keep him, but if the offseason isn't commensurate with chasing a championship and you feel like his agent's going to put him out for the highest bidder in a year from now.
And he may just be the victim of modern day baseball, where your pitcher's not going to go past 6 innings. He's not going to pitch over 100 pitches. And do you really want to invest that much money in a guy that's your limitation for him?
Harris knows he could add Aaron Judge to this team and they still wouldn't beat the Dodgers. We don't have infinite resources to blow on futile efforts to appease the gyms of the world. Thankfully, we have an adult in charge. Well, there's someone defending Scott Harris.
Yeah.
Why are people so confused? Harris' comments are translated to, we're relevant. We're selling tickets. It's the same mindset as the Lions. Selling tickets is the top priority. Championships are secondary. It's why GMs don't spend money and get actual pro players. There is a pretty big difference between the Lions and the Tigers in the sense that the Lions have committed over $1 billion in player salary.
Yeah. It's also apples to oranges in regards to a salary cap and a salary minimum. And
Scott Harris is the fall guy for horrible, cheap ownership from an unnamed texter. I'm not going to let ownership off the hook, but Harris has said he's got to make the compelling offer to ownership.
Right. And when he feels like there is somebody there that he wants to make that compelling argument for, the question is, is that guy going to be there?
I think the critique of ownership,
there are some options.
The critique of ownership would be, do you need to be more, do you need to push more? Do you need to say, hey, the money's there. Are you really sure? Why aren't we going out and getting these guys? Are you really, I've got the cash. It's here. It's in an account reserved for winning. We're winning. Scott, are you sure? I mean, that would be the argument for, hey, ownership, you're ultimately the very top of the organization.
Sure.
Are you applying pressure to make that next step?
Yeah, bring me some options.
Yeah.
I'm willing to spend.
Because Drew Anderson, not exactly headline stuff.
No. And it makes you wonder, are they just gearing up for a rotation without Skubal?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see if they're in pursuit of enough quality arms. Maybe that's the thought is we're going to add some depth, trade Skubal.
Yeah. We'll throw a bunch of arms at it instead of just one.
Yeah. Anyway, you got Carson Anderson coming up. Jared Goff on their show on Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Goff against the Rams.
Yeah, we had Dan earlier today, and this is Lions Tuesdays.
Dan was great.
Yeah, he's always good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I always like it when he pushes back on Costa a little bit,
No,
too.
that was awesome. I think more of that.
Yeah.
I'm game.
Well, the funny thing about it was you asked the question that people ask us, and I always like to say to coaches, would you rather us try and answer for you, or would you like to answer for yourself? And they all say the same thing. Well, I don't want you answering for me.
Yeah.
So you asked him what we get asked, and I love that he attacked you out of it. It was a bonus. So anyway, Jared Goff at 10:30.
All right, you got the Lions quarterback. Don't miss it. Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator is out today. He'll be back tomorrow. Great to be with you on a Tuesday. And as you heard, we've got the quarterback, Jared Goff, coming up today at 10:30. We'll get into what went right against Dallas and how they beat this Rams team coming up on Sunday. Find out if Jared watched Green Bay, Chicago, and what his thoughts were on that game, which was huge in terms of this division and the division chase. Welcome to the program. Look forward to talking to the quarterback. In the meantime, thank you, everybody, for voting yesterday in Champ and Chump. I bring it up for a reason. I had an observation yesterday, and I want you to tell me if you think this observation is correct or incorrect. The champ of the weekend was the Indiana Hoosiers in a runaway. And I was thinking about Indiana and how our audience, and I think many audiences around the country, have latched on to the Hoosiers as a perennial loser, a team that was never really a threat. They were technically the losingest team in the history of college football. And they go out and they hire a coach, and the coach comes in and says some things, that rattles cages right away. Remember, he said Purdue sucks, so does Ohio State, so does Michigan, and all that. And kind of got some eye rolls, right? And he's gone out and he's built a winner. And he's built a winner by winning in the trenches. They're playing an attractive brand of football. And people outside of Bloomington, Indiana, are rooting for them. They like them. And it's occurred to me that Indiana is basically college football's version of the Dan Campbell Lions. Right? Indiana is drawing in non-fans to root for them. Indiana, when your team is out, you jump on Indiana and root for them because it's a cool story. They made a name for themselves. They stood out all those years as a loser, and they were a non-threat. And now it's kind of cool to see them win. And the unbridled and new enthusiasm brought to their football program. And they're doing it in a way that people like. And so to me, it just occurred to me, Indiana's the Lions. I've talked about my relatives from Ray Karsch out in the Big Apple to Scott Wilson out in San Diego. These are my relatives that text me regularly with Lions observations and rooting for the Lions. Now, in Scott's case, his team abandoned him in the San Diego Chargers, so he's kind of looking for somebody. But Indiana is to college football what the Lions, maybe what the Lions were. I don't know that the Lions still are as captured the imagination. I think they kind of have. I think if the Lions get to the Super Bowl, barring any sort of uncharacteristic obnoxiousness, I think the Lions will be a very popular team if they were able to get to the Super Bowl. It's a whole nother if if you don't think they're going to get there, don't mock me. I'm just making the point that we've seen this before, and we've seen it at the NFL level, and it's our team. And I think there's a relevant comparison. But lots of votes for the Hoosiers this week for Champ of the Weekend, and they indeed won Champ of the Weekend. Thank you for all your votes. 248-539-9797. Lions preparing for this huge game against the Rams. We had so much college football talk yesterday that we barely scraped the surface of what this game means this coming weekend. The perception changer that was the Dallas game. Going into the Dallas game, there was a bit of the Lions have no prayer attitude around Detroit. They had undermined faith with inconsistent play, and I'm not mad at anybody for feeling that way. It's just amazing what a difference that win over Dallas can make. Dallas was a team that people were talking about. Oh, that's a playoff team, Dallas. You don't want to play Dallas in the postseason, and the Lions take care of business, and suddenly Dallas is an afterthought. It's what week to week in the NFL. You can't count on much. You can't count on You know, the thoughts aren't final. It's an ever evolving, living, breathing thing, the chase in the NFL. And the Lions, think about what a difference it will make if they beat this Rams team and they go back-to-back wins over two of the hottest teams in the NFC. Dallas, who looked like a terrible matchup, given what their strengths were and what the Lions were, and the Lions won by 2 scores. If they win this Sunday, I feel like Detroiters are back on the Super Bowl train. Like, and shouldn't you be? Like, isn't this a massive perception changer? They're 10-3. They're the 1 seed. They had 530 yards this past week. Matt Stafford's playing some of the best football of his career. And, you know, the Rams, you go to the power rankings. They're ranked number 1 by everybody. This is a perception-changing game coming up on Sunday. And, you know, the Lions are not a favorite. They had been in future spreads. You could watch future spreads, and they were the favorite. But they are not a favorite now. And the Rams are really, really good. They got a good defensive front. They get after the quarterback. They have the ability to stop the run. And it'll be another challenge for this Lions team, which I think maybe even for themselves this past weekend was big. Maybe even for themselves, getting that Dallas game, I shouldn't say weekend, it was Thursday, but getting that Dallas win can go a long way to boost their in-house morale. And, you know, they're pretty professional. I don't think they get too down after losses, which is one of the reasons why they're so good after losses. But they also have the ability, they got to start to find a way to string wins together, which is one of the things that we need to talk with Jared about, is why this team has kind of gotten away from being able to string wins together. But there's no time like the present. Started last Thursday. Hopefully they can carry some momentum and take advantage of the extra time off that they got and, you know, be able to, you know, come back and hit the ground with all their guys that are playing a little bit healthier. 248-539-9797. Let's welcome in Kang as well, our producer behind the glass.
Yeah, obviously stringing together wins is more important than ever right now when you only have so many games left. And like we mentioned yesterday, the Lions, they string together some wins. They're going to be that hot team that no one wants to play. They're going to be the hot team that media experts and analysts are going to pick to maybe win a couple playoff games, maybe even advance to the title game, right? So, yeah, it's important for many reasons. And fortunately, they still do control their own destiny. You don't have to. I mean, we all have rooting interest with these other games, but you don't need it to happen. If the Lions win their games, they're in, and they could possibly win the division.
Yep, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tommy on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, what's up, Doug?
How we doing?
Great. Hey, I just want to, told Kang, it's like these Indiana Hoosiers, they remind me that. And I told him, I said, I bet you saw this movie because it was about a bike race at the end. It was called Cutters. Dennis Quaid.
It's called Breaking Away. It's about the Cutters. It's called Breaking Away.
Away. They were known as Cutters.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were 4 local kids and from Bloomington, Indiana, and you know, people looked down on them. Oh, they didn't go to college, whatever, and they ended up winning that big race. And the other kid in it, the small dude, was he was Kelly Lee from the Bad News Bears.
That's right.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, the Little 500, which is an actual race that takes place. I think it's just fraternities, and somehow, some way, the Cutters got into this fraternity bike race. And yeah, that was
and they won it.
It was a movie in the 70s, so it's good with Gator out. It's good to have somebody that can call up and reference a movie from 50 years ago. So well done. But yes, I did.
I would have thought early 80s, but yeah, late 70s. Okay, I can.
Maybe it was. Hold on, let me look it up. I thought it was 70s.
Dennis
but
Quaid was in it.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid was in it, and Breaking Away came out in 1979. An American coming-of-age drama. Yeah, it's a decent movie. But look, man, Indiana's captured the non-fan. Like if you're a Hoosier fan, great, jump on board. But the fact they ran away with Champ of the Weekend, and maybe a lot of it has to do.
They did against Ohio State, but you know what, Doug? You know what really stinks about that game? It really didn't mean a damn thing. Not like it used to. It's like at least they beat Ohio State. Ohio State didn't. They're not Big Ten champs. Indiana is.
Yep.
But Ohio State probably doesn't care about that. Look what happened.
They probably
last year.
don't. Look, the deal is everybody's trying to win the national championship, and the field expanded in Ohio State. God bless them. They were the first national champion with a Duke's Mayo Bowl resume, and good for them. But at the end of the day, that's the format we have now, and nobody's going to care about that game in Indy if Ohio State goes and does it again. And ESPN saw a story today where they were picking them to do it again, and they just might. They need some things to go their way, but hell, I think I'm not speaking for everybody, but my guess is most of our listening audience is going to be rooting for the Hoosiers, unless you can always gamble, and that can make a difference. All right, hey, I got a 10 text question. Sorry, Kang, to spring this on you, but we do this where we get 10 texts. I'll ask you a question. We'll get the first 10 texts. The question is, what % chance do you think it is that the Lions win this division? What % chance? So here's the deal with this. Everything is given a percentage, and we've seen like the Lions have a 39% chance of making the playoffs. What do you think the % chance is that they win the division? Okay, they need some things to go their way. What would you put it at? I found this interesting today. 248-539-9797. Tell us what you think that % chance is that the Lions win the division. Make sure you sign your text, which is important so we know who sent it. And if you want to give us a reason why, we'll read it on the air. 10 texts right now. What % chance do you give the Lions to win the division? There you go. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff at 10:30. You're on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. And because they specialize, they've recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. How do you do your research? Visit them on the web at autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. We'll talk with the quarterback today at 10:30, Jared Goff. In the meantime, we had the 10 text question. I saw something I found interesting today. You know how they have all scenarios, the percentage chances attached to them? For instance, the Lions have a 39% chance of making the playoffs as it stands right now. I'm a little bit more chesty than that. Not a lot more chesty, but a little bit more than 39%. But this is a mathematical formula, so no. I'll just stick with the math. But anyway, I found a percent chance attached to winning the division. And we asked you for 10 texts, what percent chance do you think the Lions have of winning the division? I'm going to read these. Kang, I want to get your answer. Kevin in Evan says 10%. They are in need of a lot of help with Green Bay and Chicago losing key games. Tim at work says the Lions have a 0% chance of winning the division. I'm a loyal Lions fan. Alex says 21% chance to win the division. Chris and Davidson says 38% chance to win the division. Ryan, driving to Chicago, says 25% chance. Sunday means everything. From Kelson Connors and Fenton, 34% chance. From Mike and Livonia, 5% chance of them winning the division. Jane Evan says 15%. Our chances rely on the Packers and Bears to lose 2 out of 4 and us to win out, which is hard with that Rams game coming up. Cal at work says, I think the Lions have a 31% chance. Shot in the dark. Mike in Washington says, I say 50%. My buddy in the truck says 5%. Kang, what percent chance do you give the Lions to win the division? What do you think it's at?
What do I personally think it's at?
Yeah.
With zero data, zero research, I'm going to say 10%.
Okay.
That's just my gut feeling.
Just what your guess would be.
Yeah.
So there's a story today in The Athletic, and it is... I actually think it was in their power rankings. Let me double check this. And it kind of ranks, it has the Lions and all the scenarios on how they could play themselves out this year. Let me find it here real quick. They kind of did a deep dive with the Lions and the percent chance to make the playoffs. Here we go. They have 0% chance to be the worst team in football and have the number 1 pick. They have a 61% chance to miss the playoffs and pick between 2 and 18 in the NFL draft. They have a 34% chance of being the wild card, the 5, 6, or 7 seed. And I got to give credit where credit is due. So Mike in Washington, who's riding around in a truck with his buddy, your buddy's right. According to The Athletic, it is a 5% chance to be the division champ, according to this, which would be the number 2, 3, or 4 seed, they could be, actually could be the 1 seeds. They still have a mathematical chance to be a 1 seed, division champ, plus a number 1 seed and a bye, which I decided today I'd throw a little flyer down on that. Because why the hell not? If you figure if they beat the Rams, you never know, things change, and the odds were ridiculous. If the Lions, I put $5 down on the Lions to be the 1 seed, and I'll win $880 if it comes true. Total flyer. But anyway, 5% chance. So that's to win the division. So that means a 5% chance of either the Lions running the table, Green Bay beating, or Chicago beating Green Bay, and Denver beating Green Bay is the most direct path. It can happen in other ways. It would mean more losses for Chicago and Green Bay. But if the Lions run the table, we just need Chicago to beat Green Bay and Denver to beat Green Bay, which, those are huge ifs. But that's why this game Sunday is so big. Because the Lions can beat LA. They can beat anybody on the remainder of their schedule. Right? They're in a good shot there. They will hold tiebreakers over then the Rams and Chicago, which are 2 power brokers in the NFC right now. It frequently comes down to who you beat. And the Lions have some very useful victories. The loss to Green Bay, losing a tiebreaker to Green Bay may not matter at all because they got that odd, comical NFL tie. But losing the tiebreaker to Philly could matter. Philly can't win a damn football game anymore all of a sudden. And that's how things have changed since the Lions played them. I bet Lions fans feel better about their team today than the two teams that played in last year's Super Bowl feel about their teams. Think about that for a second. The Phillies lost 3 straight, and Kansas City is 6-7 and 2 full games out of the playoffs. Like Kansas City's in a world of hurt. So now it's up to Detroit to take care of business. And it's $1 million question. Can they? Because, they're an underdog for a reason. But this Rams game is huge. It's absolutely huge. And they've kind of backed themselves into this corner where they've got to do some heavy lifting, and it would definitely be heavy lifting. They might have found something. It was interesting listening to Dan Campbell this morning. He sounds pretty encouraged about Miles Frazier's game, because that comes against a pretty damn good interior defensive line by the LA Rams. And when you look at, I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, said there's guys that aren't playing that are probably going to play key roles. And I was talking about in-house guys, and that guy might be Miles Frazier. And I also said there's somebody out there on the street that might play a key role. And, that could be DeMonte Casey, the player they signed yesterday, who I have to see if Goff has played against him. But he has been a playmaker at safety. You have to question how good a guy is if he's on the street. But it feels to me like a risk worth taking for a veteran playmaking safety. He could be the guy off the street that fits the qualifications that I talked about. A player that isn't in Detroit that could help them down the road. The last, he has 17 career interceptions. Here's the last 4 years: 2, 2, 2, and 1 interception. He obviously got let go, so it wasn't as if people were chomping at the bit to have him on their roster. But maybe he helps Detroit. Bit of a flyer, but you just never know. All right, we'll talk with Jared Goff in a few minutes. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all our shows anywhere in the United States. Also streaming through our website, 971 The Ticket, where Evan has posted Champ and Chump of the Weekend. I already told you who was Champ. You can see who was Chump. That was also kind of a runaway. Champ and Chump on 971 The Ticket. You can stream there. Stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. I got some compliments on my shirt today. Thank you very much. If you want to see it, go to youtube.com or twitch.tv. You can watch the show and participate in the streaming chat, where a lot of folks do exchange ideas, and sometimes we read them on the air. Lions quarterback Jared Goff is next here on 97.1. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Now is a great time to join, but it's not to play a same-game parlay. It's a great time to join to take advantage of this special offer. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So, my recommendation to you is to make that first $5 bet on a heavy favorite on the money line. Then you get the $150 in bonus bets, and you have a week to play that $150 and score some money back right there. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Thanks to Jared Goff. And coming out of that, I got a couple questions. Is what they're going to probably have to do okay? Is there no way you can win a Super Bowl? You know, and Jared kind of referenced two things there, and he didn't say this is how they prefer it. He just kind of mentioned it. One is sort of a matter of fact that he said to the team, if we just keep scoring, they can't win. Talking about the Dallas game and their last 7 possessions not punting. And it feels like that's got to be the mindset. And then he mentioned there at the end, Kang, to your question, that when you get into a game and you see that their offense is rolling, you realize, you react to that. You want to be ahead, and you want your defense to be shutting them down. But if you have to get in a shootout, it feels like the Lions are comfortable doing that. It didn't work last year. With the loss of Brian Branch, the harsh reality is already Kirby Joseph out. It feels as though they're going to have to try and win shootouts again. Is that okay? Or does that mean they're doomed? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, you don't want to have to do that. Everyone wants a perfect team. You want a good defense, you want a good offense, you want good special teams, but they are where they are. Injuries have happened, especially to the defense. And the good thing is, though, they do have the horses to win a shootout game if necessary. And then when you're going up against an offensive power like the Rams are right now, Stafford with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, their running game is really clicking as well. Yeah, this might be one where your defense is only able to get a couple stops, and you're just going to have to keep up with the Joneses. And, you're going to have to score touchdowns when you get in goal line situations. When you get in the red zone, don't settle for field goals. And if you don't get in the red zone, be able to make 50-yard field goals because points can be at a premium.
Yeah, it's kind of where they are, and they put some effort. They were hoping to be better defensively, certainly getting Hutch back. And now Al-Quadin Muhammad, I don't know how sustainable that is, but that was quite a boost last week. So now, they got this Rams game coming up, and it's so funny. Like we always said, you look at Green Bay. They play Green Bay on Thanksgiving. They lost. That's a massive game. Green Bay near the top of the standings in the NFC. Then they play Dallas, hottest team in the league. You don't want to play Dallas now. They beat Dallas. Now they're playing a Rams team. And you're thinking, you don't want to get in a shootout with them. You don't want to get a shootout with them. They have 530 yards last week. Stafford's the fourth quarterback to have 7 or more games in one season with at least 3 touchdowns and no picks. They're 10-3. They're the 1 seed. You can't get in a shootout with them, but if you can get in a shootout with them and beat them, I guess anything's on the table for this season. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls and feedback. We go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, D.
DK.
What's up?
What's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, bro, check this out. We sitting up here talking about this Malik Beasley situation. I know a lot of people swept it under the rug and want to let it go, but I can't let it go, DK, for many reasons. Check this out, bro. He signed to go play in Serbia. He signed a 1-year deal to play in Serbia last night. I seen on NBA TV. Now, you tell me Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, all them guys who were investigated and charged, arraigned, bail was said, blah, blah, blah. You tell me Malik Beasley was cleared by the FBI, but the NBA said, well, we're going to still do our own investigation. You telling me it take them guys this long to investigate whether or not he broke any laws after the FBI cleared him? This got to be a witch hunt, DK. I don't know what's
Why
going
would it
on,
be?
But why would it be? Why are they denying my man a chance to play?
I'm just saying, why would they be after Malik Beasley?
DK, that's a big question. Have you ever seen an investigation go this long without charges being, filed?
Well,
now, this man has to go overseas just to make a living. And I got clowns up here saying, well, we don't need him anymore. We got a good record. That's not the point. The point is, this man was about to sign a long-term deal with the team. The team wanted him back. The players wanted him back. He did nothing wrong. And for the NBA to do him like this.
Well, you know what it strikes me, D, and I think that you could be right. You very well could be right. I have no idea why the NBA would be after Malik Beasley in particular, but when I see something like this going down and it doesn't make sense, I'm kind of waiting for the moment where I go, "Oh, that's why," and because it doesn't. Because Malik Beasley, honestly, if he is cleared of all wrongdoing, he could sue the league and probably should sue the league.
That's what I'm saying, DK.
That's why. But the league, I mean, there are lawyers involved here. The league is probably very well of any liability they might have or vulnerability they might have to that. So I'm just going to sit tight here, D, because
okay,
feels like there might be more.
I think he's innocent of all charges. This has got to be a witch hunt. And for all the people that say we don't need him, why don't we? Would you rather have him on the bench than Marcus Sasser or Bobby Clintman? Come on, guys. We're trying to get things done in this year.
I don't subscribe to that they don't need him theory, but I will tell you that I found it curious, kind of just waiting for that moment. But maybe there won't be one. And if there's not, he might have a case against the league. Feedback coming in regarding the Lions. The Lions will make Stafford score. This will be a great game. It may be the game of the year. Hunter and Flint says, I don't think you have to have a good defense in order to force turnovers. Chicago, for instance, has done exactly that this year. My point being, if we can force turnovers instead of shutting teams down like the Texans do, keep our explosive offense on the field, we will make a run. So I'm a big believer that a high percentage of turnovers start with pressuring the quarterback. And it's for a variety of reasons. Quarterbacks get sped up against a pass rush. They make bad decisions against a strong pass rush. They start to feel ghosts against a strong pass rush. They get hit when they throw. There are sack fumbles. And the Lions pass rush was pretty damn good against Dallas. And Dallas had some questions at their tackle spots. So, there's something to be said for the way that they played up front in that game against Dallas, and I hope it's a breakthrough moment for the Lions' defensive front because, you can't – they did get the ball out. Dan Campbell talked about this morning on the morning show how big it was. So there is some truth to what you're saying. If you can force Matt Stafford off his spot, make him throw on the move – make him throw off platform. He's really good at it. We know that because we saw it for years. People mocked him for the sidearm thing, but the reality was that's a real thing. That is a real thing. And he can throw off platform very well. Pressure's allowed this year. Dallas has allowed pressure on 21% of their dropbacks. The LA Rams have allowed pressure on 18.3% of their dropbacks, meaning it is obviously a little bit tougher to get to Stafford compared to how tough it was to get to Dak. But that's a big thing in this game is can they find a way to make Stafford uncomfortable? The Lions, meanwhile, have allowed top 5, 24.3% pressures. I'm sorry, that's 6th in the NFL. So it's not something that they have done a elite job at, although I'm hoping that they've got somebody in the middle of that offensive line that is blossoming and maybe Miles Frazier can help.
Yeah, that's big, man. I mean, he's just getting his feet wet, so you got to give him a little bit of time. Unfortunately, the Lions don't have that much time, so hopefully he can get sped up and really help that interior offensive line because we all know that's how the Lions offense runs is through protection and through run blocking.
Mm-hmm. And if you look, I mean, the Rams have a pretty good, damn good defensive front.
Oh, they definitely do.
So did Dallas, and specifically in the interior. So I'm cautiously optimistic, building a little bit of more curiosity than hope, maybe curiosity with just a pinch of hope that Miles Frazier can help this team. So we will see. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Can they win shootouts? Are you okay with that? The rest of the way. Lions and the Rams, massive game coming up on Sunday. We'll get to the latest buzz on the Tigers. Red Wings win last night. All stuff we will touch on today. Here on Carson Anderson, Gators Out. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. And we'll get to some more Lions discussion straight ahead on 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Lions are getting ready for a big game this Sunday against the Rams. This morning, Dan Campbell spoke with Costa and Jansen here on 97.1 about who might suit up at left guard this weekend between Tristan Colon and rookie Miles Frazier. Lions and Rams kick off in Los Angeles at 4:25 on Sunday. Detroit helped set a new viewership record last week in their win over the Cowboys. Reports say 19.4 million viewers tuned in on Amazon Prime last week. That's the largest single-game viewership Amazon has garnered since taking over the Thursday night package in 2022. Michigan basketball is back tonight. The Wolverines are up to number 2 in the country in the latest AP poll, which came out yesterday. They're 8-0, and tonight Michigan welcomes the 7-1 Villanova Wildcats to Chrysler Center in Ann Arbor. That game tips off at 6:30 tonight. And Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Bavacqua said on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, quote, "We were mystified by the actions of the ACC. They have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame in regards to Notre Dame being left out of the playoff." At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, good to be with you here on a Tuesday. Gators out. He'll be back tomorrow talking some Lions here as we get set for what is a massive, massive game-changing, perception-changing type football game Sunday against the LA Rams. You heard from Jared Goff in the first hour. Talked a little bit about how they've kind of adopted the attitude, if we keep scoring, they can't beat us. And, it's not what they want. He talked about that later in the interview, said, look, we want to play ahead. We hope our defense gets as many stops. But you can see sometimes during a game that it's going to be one of these shootout type games. And it feels like they're well equipped to win those type of games. But I'm not sure the Rams is the type of team that you want to keep getting into shootouts with. I guess they aren't going to keep getting into them. They just got to do it once and win the game. And maybe their defense, maybe pressure the quarterback enough. And the Rams have done a better job protecting Stafford than the Cowboys have protecting Dak Prescott when it comes to pressure rate, how often you get pressured on dropbacks. So, you're talking about, can they make Stafford uncomfortable and force some turnovers? 248-539-9797. Is this a sustainable way to win in the NFL? And if they win this game, do you feel like your perception of this season? Because I got to tell you, if they beat the Rams, I think we can talk about maybe being right back there in the mix as a Super Bowl contender. I look at it every year that there's no guarantees, right? There's a pool of teams when you go into the postseason. Who's amongst the pool of teams that really has a legitimate shot to win it all? And that's not every playoff team. But if they beat the Rams, it feels like the Lions will be back in that pool of teams that can win the whole thing. 248-539-9797.
So obviously the Lions, we think they're going to lean on their offense, and they have the firepower to do so. The injuries in the back half of the defense makes the defense, I don't think they're going to be a shutdown defense for the rest of the year. But what they can do is come up with timely turnovers and takeaways. And I think that's what they need to lean on is, obviously you want pressure on the quarterback, but you force them to make bad throws, force fumbles, momentum changes. I think that's where the defense needs to focus on, because they're just not going to be that shut you down 3 and out every time the other team gets on the field, especially with a team like the Rams too. So I think those timely turnovers, it's kind of like timely hitting in baseball, Doug. I don't need 10 hits, but if you give me 4 hits when runners are in scoring position, that's the difference.
Yeah, which is hard to, figure out how you dial those things up. But yes, they got to find a way to turn over Stafford, who's been taking care of the football this year. And the Rams are looking strong as hell. Lions got a little bit of a brief rest, finally, a long weekend after playing 3 games in 11 days. 248-539-9797. I did want to bring this up. I was stunned last night when I saw that the Colts had worked out Phillip Rivers. They worked out Phillip Rivers Monday. He is 44 years old. Here's the most amazing fact about this, is that the Colts have a 23-year-old quarterback named Riley Leonard. who will be their starter unless maybe they sign Phillip Rivers and he starts the Colts after losing Daniel Jones to a torn Achilles. Phillip Rivers' oldest child is his daughter, Haley, who is also 23 years old and 2 months and a week older than Riley Leonard. Phillip Rivers may sign with the Colts. And if he does sign with the Colts, he has a child older than the other quarterback in the room with him. Think about that for a second.
And I think he has enough kids to fill out the offensive side of the ball.
He's got 10 kids, right?
So one man short?
Yeah. He can quarterback them, and the kids can play all the
there
positions.
you go. Exactly.
But, kind of wild. What'd you think when you saw that story, Kang?
I think what I thought was, does the NFL have a talent problem? Because this is not the first old man out of retirement.
Right.
The teams have been calling back. Like, obviously, we know Frank Ragnow here almost came back. But Jason Pierre-Paul, do you see with the Bucks? He might be signing with the Bucks. He's like 36, 37. He hasn't played in like 5 years. Brandon Graham is back. Last night on the broadcast, I don't know if you watched, Troy Aikman talked about Jason Kelsey coming back. These guys are all retired. Where are the players in this league?
Well, do they have a talent issue or do they have a injury issue? But by all means, add an 18th game. They keep adding games. They have more like short turnarounds with Thursday games becoming a regular thing. Then they had a Black Friday game, and we got Christmas games. Like, it feels like they are putting the players in terrible positions physically, and they're running out of players.
So call the oldest ones back?
The ones that are most susceptible to injury, you come back.
Senior discount in the NFL this week.
Feels like it. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Bob is in Flint and next on 97.1. What's up, Bob?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Always enjoy your show.
Thank you.
My question my comment is more along the lines about the Lions. I mean, I understand where we're going with this, but here's the issue, and you just said the key word, injuries. I mean, it's Lions General Hospital right now with the amount of injuries we've had in the past 2 or 3 weeks. And if the Lions are going to do something special, you're right, the offense is going to have to really step it up. But the issue would be, are the Lions going to get healthy defensively if they can make the playoffs to make a difference? Because right now they're hurting. And let's face it, a lot of teams in the NFL improved during the offseason. I'm not saying the Lions didn't improve, but it's difficult when you have other teams that have improved markedly, and the Lions really didn't.
Well, I mean, in theory, I thought they upgraded a corner, and they were sort of in a position where they would be better defensively if they could keep guys healthy. And then two players that were healthy last year, two key contributors, and Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph are now out. And that absolutely stinks. Then you get Terrion Arnold out. There were guys that they rolled the dice with and thought, okay, maybe, just maybe, we can finally get something out of Levi Onwuzurike or Marcus Davenport. Onwuzurike got hurt, is out. Davenport, it just looks like he's never going to be able to do anything here in Detroit. It's, it might be his last stand here in the league, quite frankly. So, yeah, I mean, in theory, because it's a cap league, you have to take calculated risks at some places and say, all right, we're going to see if we can save a little money here so we can spend the money there. But bottom line is other teams have injuries too. That's the one thing that we shouldn't forget, right? It's not just the Lions. The fact that Cowboys last week had an injured starting left tackle and the Lions took advantage of it. So, you just hope you have enough guys left standing that are wearing your uniform that can help you win a football game.
The only other question I have for you is this. If it hasn't been for the Pistons, I really wouldn't have an interest in watching the NBA. And it seems like football has been struggling a little bit with an image problem over the course of the past 2 or 3 seasons with officiating, with a lot of different things that have headlined the sports. Am I viewing this different, or am I kind of spot on here? Because I'm just not, like I said, if it wasn't for the Pistons, I wouldn't be watching the NBA. There are just some goofy things that are going on that I'm not really comfortable with in both of these sports right now.
Like what?
Well, I think the gambling aspect has come into play a little bit. I'm not comfortable with the NBA. I think everyone's tired of LeBron, and I don't think there's really any other key players that have come in to the NBA to make an extreme difference to pique anyone's interest at all. I think the Lions have been, or the Pistons have been.
Well, the Pistons being good, like we've gone through, Bob, the gambling thing. I mean, if the gambling thing's ruining it for you, I mean, I can't be mad at you. I mean, I think Luka and Steph Curry have been fun players to watch, but they've been players through an era where it's been easy to check out as a Detroiter. If the gambling thing is bothering you, that is something that I would hope that the league is acutely aware of. But you just heard that they just had the highest rated prime game. They just had the highest rated Thanksgiving games of all time. One of them was the highest rated regular season game of all time. If these numbers are accurate, and I have no reason to believe that they aren't, Bob, it's probably more just you, but I'm sure there are people like you. We hear from them all the time. I don't have a problem watching sports because of the gambling. I mean, in some ways, it makes me actually tune in a little bit more, and a little bit, I've discovered that for me, and this only works for me, and I'm not saying, if I put $1 down, a simple $1 down to win 89 cents on a game, I am more interested in the game. Now, that's also a way to keep myself from getting in trouble. But, that's I'm perfectly fine with this world we're living. I am. Now, some people think the NBA gambling probe has undermined the credibility of the game, and they have problems watching. And I think those things, I don't think that's a choice. People say, oh, I'm not going to watch because of that. I think it happens instinctively. You just start to feel, I can't watch this product. I question this product. And if that's you, Bob, so be it. But me personally, hasn't affected my viewing really at all negatively. And apparently the numbers would reflect that more people are watching. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator is out today, 97.1. Hey, make your holiday shopping and everyday spending more rewarding with the UMCU Visa Cash Rewards Card. It's the simple way to get over 1% cash back on every purchase. Groceries, gas, bills, and gifts. No rotating categories, no spending limits, and your rewards are automatically deposited monthly. Plus, when you use your UMCU card now, you can support a great cause. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. And you're automatically entered to win $1,000. Spend, earn, and give back. It's a win-win this season. Visit umcu.org/cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Doug Karsch-Gator out today. He'll be back tomorrow. It is the Karsch and Anderson program. Happy holidays, everybody. Hope you made it through the snow this morning okay, as we continue to get hit around Metro Detroit and around the state of Michigan. Kang, I got a question for you as we get closer to Christmas. You're the father of 2 young girls. We've talked about it quite a bit on the air. The challenges of parenting. We are now empty nesters, so I'm watching you go through stuff, and I'm like, oh, I remember this, I remember that. You did something that I called brilliant. But now I wonder if you are going to regret it. For people who do not have kids, or if you do have kids, you know about this. Every time you walk into a store, and if it has anything that a kid might like, the kid will ask for a toy. They'll ask for candy at the checkout. They'll ask for this cereal. They'll ask for, can we get this bike? Like everything they possibly see.
And they don't stop.
They don't stop. They just keep asking. And I, as a former kid, I remember what it was like. I get the excitement of going to the store and asking for things. But you came up with a brilliant plan that was working. Tell the people what you would do when your kids asked for things when you were out at the store.
Yeah, so obviously they keep seeing things they want, shiny things, toys, sugary things, candy, right? And they don't stop asking, like I said. So the only way we could get them to stop asking was we decided to, me and my wife, say, hey, let's take a picture with you and this toy, and maybe Santa Claus or somebody will, buy it for you for your birthday or Christmas. And I said, okay. And so instead of them continually asking, they would just take a picture with it, move on to the next toy. I would take a picture with them and that toy and so forth.
It would appease them in the moment.
In the moment. So they would stop asking for it. They wouldn't want to try to take it home. They put it back on the shelf, right? So this was, maybe a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. I don't know, but whatever. This is what we did, okay? And it worked. And they had fun with it. And we could go back and look at the pictures. And occasionally I would send them to the family members. Hey, if you're thinking about Christmas or birthdays, this is something that she's into.
So you started leafing through, like showing me the pictures on your phone.
They're hilarious.
The greatest thing is your daughters have these giant smiles on their faces. Like they're like, it's almost as if they're
like they got that. We
like
bought
they
it
got
for
it.
them.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm gonna get this. So they take these great pictures, but now.
Oh, I know. Is it time to pay the piper? Is that what you're asking, Doug? Is it time to pay the piper?
Now there's positives and negatives here. The positive is you have ready-made Christmas lists. Like, you know exactly what they want, what they've asked for. There's no interpretation.
No, I even take pictures of the prices. Honestly. Well, how much did this cost?
Well, now, okay, fine and dandy. It's been great. However, are you finding that, oh, crap, now we got to get them all this stuff? Or what you always hope as a parent, and every parent employs this strategy, you hope they forget.
Yep, that's the number one goal is you hope they forget. Now, my girls have a pretty good memory, but they're kids still, and they do forget things. So, yes, they definitely have forgotten many of the pictures they've taken, Doug, so that works there. But they don't forget all of it. So I think the key is you do have to eventually get them one or two of those things that they took pictures with, and that suffices, and like I said, I pawn this off to family members and friends as well, godparents, all that stuff.
Right.
Hey, here it is. And so if they get a few of those things, it seems to have worked over the years. But yeah, they take so many pictures, Doug. My camera roll is them and toys they've never gotten. Okay. And so they forget. I mean, because all these toys seem to blend in together at some point,
Sure.
And so, yeah, it's we'll see how it works this year because they're getting older, Doug.
Yes.
So we'll find out. But so far, it's worked well for me.
On the other end of the spectrum is what do we do with a 23-year-old son?
So is he taking pictures next to cars or what is he? What is he taking pictures next to?
Well, my wife sends out an annual, because the guessing game of what they like is, we've struggled mightily at like, oh, I think they'll like this, I think they'll like that, and we're always wrong. So we've just kind of gone with straight Christmas lists. And so my wife set out asking for Christmas lists, and they're kind of at a point where, okay, you're 18, you're 20, you're 23, you're in the real world, but they all respond with lists. And I'm like, at 23?
Yeah, they still want stuff, Doug. I guess they don't stop. But so you don't want to do with the old like Amazon gift card?
Well,
I mean, yeah, personal.
We do want it to be something more personal because it doesn't. It gets to the point where it feels like it's simply, hey, Merry Christmas. Here's our transaction.
Yeah, right.
That's not the way. You don't want it to be that.
Here's a Venmo receipt.
but you also
you could return this if you want.
It's funny because you're sitting there, and I feel like the 18-year-old, he's still kind of in that last vestiges of childhood where his haul on Christmas Day should be bigger than the 23-year-olds, and it's going to be. But it's just a strange transition out of childhood and into, because, we take Christmas really seriously. The kids, to their credit, have said, my God, you guys, when we come downstairs and you can't see the floor, because we don't, we're smart about sort of, hey, if we get this, we can wrap it 4 different ways and turn this into 4 gifts instead of 1.
Yep.
Just hit them with volume. That's what we've done in the past, but
Well,
I don't
now,
know.
hey, isn't it time for them to return the favor? now that they're
Well,
older?
that's the thing.
See?
Yeah, is,
No more like socks and ties. You're getting some like that sweet new bike helmet you've been eyeing.
you know what? I should send them the list.
Yes.
That's what I'll do. Actually, I'll send a long Christmas list to the 23-year-old and see what he says.
Yeah, like a sweet GoPro. I don't know if you're into. Are you into drones at all? I know you like filming stuff.
Yeah, I got a drone,
All right, there you go.
but I haven't used it in a while. I think I need to get an upgrade.
Well,
Maybe
tell
that's
them,
it.
and they could all go in together on one gift for you.
That's
that
true.
way, it's a nice gift. One gift
This is
good.
true. But anyway, so good luck with I just wanted an update on how things are going with the pictures.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Because I wonder if the kids are keeping receipts, like on Christmas Day, when they're like, well, I took 50 pictures and I've
Right.
got 10 gifts.
They
You
ran
said Santa. All right, well, good luck with that. 248-539-9797. Hey, Red Wings won last night. That's 3 out of 4 with a shootout loss mixed in, but 4-0. John Gibson, his first shutout as a Red Wing, and don't look now, the Red Wings are back in first place. So, good to see that as they've started to play better. Bounce back after, was it 4 in a row? I think they've lost 4 in a row. So they seem to be playing better, which is good. And we all sit here and await the month of March because that is when has spelled doom for them the last few years. Pistons do not play until Friday because of the goofy NBA Cup thingy. And so they played Saturday. So in the middle of the season, they get this big long break. We got some college basketball tonight. Michigan playing host to Villanova. Villanova is 7-1, but unranked. If you look at the list of teams that they have played, their marquee win is over Temple. Their loss was to the only ranked team they played in BYU. So Michigan has been rolling people. Wolverines are favored by 16.5 against a Villanova team that isn't that far removed from being back-to-back national champions, but they don't appear to be quite the squad that they have been in recent years. But that game's tonight at Chrysler Center. By the way, there's a toy drive tonight. So if you are going to the game, you can participate in the holiday toy drive. All right, Dan Campbell, Lions head coach, joined our morning show. We like to bring you the best, most interesting things he had to say, including if you are a fan that have said, I want to see David Montgomery more involved in the offense, you'll hear his interaction when that was brought up this morning. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Happy holidays, everybody. Doug Karskater out today. I got another food take next hour. My food takes, I get laughed at quite often. People point fingers. But I got one next hour that I want to get to, and then you can laugh and point fingers. In the meantime, let's talk some Lions. Dan Campbell was on our morning show. Whenever he is on the morning show, we like to kind of sift through it and bring you the most interesting stuff he had to say and then give our 2 cents on what he had to say. So we'll start with the pass rush. Pass rush was different against Dallas. And, we saw that not only did it result in the Lions win in a game that many people didn't think they would win, Cowboys turned the football over. And Dak Prescott got sacked 5 times. It was a different kind of performance up front defensively. So they brought it up with Dan Campbell, hoping that they have perhaps turned a corner with the defensive front. Here's what the head coach had to say. Okay, so Rams are better at protecting Stafford than Dallas is at protecting Dak Prescott throughout the course of this season. We know the formula. Aiden Hutchinson, if he is going to get extra attention, somebody else needs to be felt. Somebody else needs to make an impact. That person this week was El-Quadin Muhammad. It still doesn't mean we don't want production out of Hutch. Hutch had a virtual sack when he was back and forced Dak Prescott to throw that backwards pass that eventually got recovered for a 15-yard loss. That was as good as any sack or TFL. I credit Aiden Hutchinson for that. But that was the formula, and that is something that if they do it again this week, you can hope they can rely on it the rest of the way.
Yeah, Coach Campbell's exactly right. You can't use the same exact scheme against every team. Every offense is different. I think what it comes down to is one that you mentioned at the end, takeaways. They got to find a way to get takeaways. They're just not the type of defense to stop you every time you go on the field. And number 2 is guys got to win one-on-one battles. You can scheme as much as you can, but at some point, if Hutch is getting doubled or Ali McNeil is getting doubled, the man next to him has to beat his man one-on-one. And if they send a blitz, you got to get there. If it's Jack Campbell, if it's Derek Barnes, you got to go through that running back, whoever's picking up the blitz, the tight end. Like I said, at some point, you have to beat your man one-on-one battles because you can't just scheme a free rusher every single time. And then that pressure leads to turnovers, and which I think the Lions desperately need to help their offense.
And that's exactly what Campbell talked about the week before. Hey, guys got to win their one-on-ones. Calvin Shepard talked about guys winning their one-on-ones. And we started to see it Sunday. You could say it all you want. You have to do it on the field. All right, the left guard spot. We saw them rotate between Tristan Colon and Miles Frazier. What is the plan moving forward there? Here's what Dan Campbell said this morning. Okay. There's two things there. Think about the absurdity of 6 practices before you play in an NFL game. And you didn't get destroyed. He had the 2 false starts, which maybe would be expected. Only 6 practices. And then you're going up against Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. Now, it's also possible that those guys just had a bad day. Talking about the 2 Cowboy defensive tackles. But in my view, and remember, Dallas employs a 5-man front and sometimes has 3 defensive tackles on the field. And that's why I want to be optimistic about Frazier, but it's so early. It's more curiosity with a pinch of optimism. Like this could be a massive development for this team down the stretch.
Yeah, it sounds like we're watching a live competition battle when games matter.
Right.
I think, right? Because I think they want Frazier to win the job. He's younger, he's bigger. I think Colone's more of a natural center than guard. At least, hold this left guard spot down until Mahogany possibly comes back. But yeah, this is important, and he's learning on the job without any real experience. I think he did pretty well for all that being said. Hopefully Frazier is the answer, but it's so early, and these games matter, man. And so if he doesn't do the job, obviously they'll go to Cologne if need be quickly.
Yeah, and who knows where Mahogany fits into the mix, because Mahogany could be a difference maker if he gets back and he gets healthy. All right, Amon-Ra was back on the field. You can measure his impact in terms of his stats. You can also measure what he means to the team just as their overall morale, how much of a boost he provided him. Here's what Dan Campbell said this morning about Amon-Ra. I don't know what percent he was. He made a difference on the field. And it sounded like everybody was fired up to see him. What a draft pick Amon-Ra St. Brown was.
He's an absolute pillar of this team and a culture setter. And it's one of the reasons why they inked him up and locked him up early for a lot of money. And he's totally worth it, not just on the field, but off the field. And even when he can't perform 100% on the field, it's worth it. And so, you just heard Dan Campbell speak about him. He loves this guy, and he's right. There are more guys than him on this team, but he was one of the first ones they made sure to lock up because of the mentality, the attitude, like I said, the culture. He is a staple, pillar, and the Lions are lucky to have him. Lions fans are lucky to watch him every week.
Yeah, it's great to have him back on the field. He made a huge difference in that game against the Cowboys. All right, so here's the interaction. We're going to play this interaction. We get this phone call, and I always love when we can take questions that fans ask us to the people who are decision makers. And we get quite a bit of David Montgomery love. And I understand it. David Montgomery is awesome. But it feels as though as the season has gone on, the offense is starting to shift more and more towards being Jahmyr Gibbs forward. And it means a little bit less of Montgomery. So we get asked that question. Here's Jim Costa bringing it up to Dan Campbell, and you'll hear what Campbell had to say. You know, it's funny that he says that because you look at the number of plays you run in a game. This year for the Detroit Lions, it is varied between 56 plays, which was their season low in the game against, 53 plays was their season low in the game against Kansas City, and their season high is 68 for their game against Washington. When you get to run more plays, you get to get more people involved. When you get the football back from your defense quickly, you get more people involved. When you convert on third down, you get more people involved. And, you know, we've done this for years. Like after every game, I liked it, but where was Laporta? I liked it, but where was Jamo? I liked it, but where was David Montgomery? Right now, how do you deny Jahmyr Gibbs? In the meantime, you got Tom Kennedy over here, like battling, and looks like he's earning reps on offense. You got Isaac Tesla. Looks like he's earning reps on offense. And every time you go to one person, you don't go to somebody else. I don't know if that is a satisfying answer to the people, but that's how it stands right now in terms of balance.
I don't think Monty's doing anything wrong, but they just scored 44 points. You know, I don't have a problem kind of criticizing the usage of players when you put up 44 points, when Jahmyr Gibbs does everything he does, scores 3 touchdowns, has 7 receptions for 77 yards. I don't know how you take Gibbs off the field with his explosiveness, but I do understand that Monty is a guy who can, like Costa was saying, he kind of bruises up the defense, softens them up a bit. But I think the Lions don't like being predictable. So I mean, we saw a lot of times they're both on the field at the same time, so you don't know. They don't want you to know what's coming, right?
Yeah, we get a lot of calls and questions about play calling and about use of weapons. That's what the head coach had to say. I'm intrigued at your reaction. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into same-game parlays or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. But here's the thing about FanDuel. You can bet on the players and you love and your props and all that if you want. But if you're new to FanDuel, here's the thing. Right now, new customers, your first $5 bet, if it wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. How does that work? Well, all you got to do is make a $5 deposit and then here's what I would recommend you do. Go find a money line bet on a heavy favorite, and when you win, you won't get a huge return on your $5, but you get $150 in bonus bets, which you'll have a week to then bet on other things and do with what you want. So if you want to jump in on the same game parlay, it makes more sense then. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Feedback coming into the Karsch Anderson inbox. Happy holidays, everybody. Doug Karsch. Gator out today. Just played the best of what Dan Campbell had to tell our morning show. We've had other stuff kicking around today here. Here is some of the feedback that we have gotten. First, let's see here. I think the new college format has led to the lack of development into a shortage of talent in the NFL. New college format has led to a lack of development into a shortage of talent in the NFL. So, interesting. I don't know that I would say... I think one thing that's going to happen with NIL, and this is a whole other topic, is players are going to stay in college a little bit longer. Some players, mid-round picks, because you can make money and try and improve your draft status. It makes financial sense. It makes business sense more so to have undeveloped NFL players get another year of seasoning. Prime example of that actually might be Justice Haynes, running back at Michigan that Sharon Moore spoke about yesterday. Look, that's the thing about NIL, and I think as we're all trying to adjust, I'm trying to focus on the stuff that I like about it, about the new era of sports. And what I like about NIL is I think it's good for both leagues. I think the NFL gets more seasoned talent showing up in the draft. I think colleges get to hang on to players longer, which the fans like, the schools like. So maybe that trend will start going the other direction. Regarding Miles Frazier, Scott writes in, we're due to have a guy come out of nowhere. I feel like the law of averages owes us. That would be helpful. That would be helpful. What do we got here? The first time he touched the ball against Dallas, he scored. He needs more than 7 touches. So this is in regards to David Montgomery. You heard Dan Campbell's answer. If you're comfortable taking touches away from Jahmyr Gibbs, that's fine. If not Jahmyr Gibbs, who do you throw to less? Like that's fine. The other thing to remember, too, is that games sometimes dictate game plans. I said sometimes. Games always dictate game plans. And so against certain defenses, it probably makes more sense to have a heavier load of David Montgomery. But, we're talking about one of the most explosive players in the NFL. Every time he touches it, he's a threat to go to the house. Just because David Montgomery scored the first time he touched it. You know who else is actually more likely to score the first time he touches it? Is Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, first time he touched it against Dallas. That was cool. And I think Montgomery's role is very valuable, and I think Campbell put it well. But you want to take less, you want to take carries away from Jahmyr Gibbs. What I like about it is it takes wear and tear away from Jahmyr Gibbs, but they're playing must-win football now. So whatever it takes to win games. Do you think Bears fans ask for more of Matt Suhey and less of Walter Payton? That's from Dave and Chelsea. Wow.
Who was the fullback when Barry was playing? Was it Tommy Vardell or somebody else? Was it touchdown Tommy? Was stealing touchdown?
Schlesinger, or was that after?
Were people calling for? They were probably calling for more Schlesinger.
You know what? There was Derek Moore. Derek Moore was in the mix there. He played some fullback. I'm willing to bet the person who has the least problem with Montgomery playing less is Montgomery. His legs get saved for the latter part of his career. That's from Greg in Detroit. Interesting take. If Phillip Rivers wants to come back to the NFL, he must be expecting triplets or something. That's from Chad.
Man, he needs the money. Isn't he like a high school football coach or something?
He was doing something like that. I thought he was coaching his son.
Which one?
Yeah, right. I think he's got 7 girls and 3 boys. One of his sons is named Gunner, I believe. What is Phillip Rivers doing now? All it's going to show up is he's trying out for the Colts. But I think he was coaching high school football. Yeah. St. Michael's Catholic in Fairhope, Alabama. Duh. Yeah, Phillip Rivers had a workout with the Colts yesterday. Good morning. It has a full week of shootouts. Good morning. It has a week full of shootouts of one type or another. Due to injury and fatigue, every good offense is creating an extra 1 to 2 scoring opportunities. Making good on those opportunities, the key to success, wins. If anybody knows each other's strengths and weaknesses at quarterback, it's the Rams and the Lions. Our kicking game may prove critical. Bold-ass prediction. Lions 42, Rams 38. That's from Paul in Blue Rock, Ohio. Early call in the week here. But it is a massive, massive football game. From Scott regarding Phillip Rivers, Unitas isn't answering his phone. You know, on this morning on Get Up, they brought up Tom Brady. If you're gonna call Phillip Rivers, do you also call Tom Brady? And just say, why the hell not? At this point, what difference does it make? Kick the tires on Tom Brady? Look, the Colts are a team that, to their credit, they kind of went all in. They made the 2 first-round picks. They gave up the 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. And now the delicate nature of the way this thing works, you lose your quarterback to a torn Achilles. I feel so bad for Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, I would hate to play in New York. I'm not wired to play in New York. I think playing in New York would suck. But he gets out of New York, he starts to flourish, and is finding that Daniel Jones 2.0 is working. And he tears his Achilles. Achilles injuries, first of all, the number of them has to be up. Has to be up. Secondly, they're like the new knee. They're hard to come back from. Here's poor Phillip Rivers having a career resurgence in a town that loves him. After getting beat up in New York, bouncing around, cast off by a team that would have loved to have had him in Minnesota, and finds a home in Indy and is crushing it, and he tears his Achilles. Man, I feel so bad for the guy.
Yeah, he was obviously pretty pissed and frustrated. You see him slamming his helmet onto the ground. Mm-hmm. And I think there was video of him kind of clutching his Achilles like the play or two before. Like maybe it was already sore or something. You know what I mean? It was already something compromised, right? And then obviously he steps back and he tears his Achilles on the next play. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, but we talk about the resurgence of quarterbacks in the right situation. You know, quickly the league and fans and media are quick to give up on a guy when, a lot of times it depends on the situation they're in. You talk about being in New York. I mean, maybe that just wasn't for Daniel Jones. But yeah, now to call on a 44-year-old Achilles instead of one that doesn't, has a ruptured Achilles, I guess seems like the better option for them. This is insane.
It really is. And poor Daniel Jones. But hey, we have our share of injuries here too. I guess we're so focused on that, but man, we've had our share of bad luck. Daniel Jones has had some really, really bad luck. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. Go see who won Champ and Chump of the weekend at 971theticket.com. Told you who the champ was earlier in the show, and I got an observation about the champ we'll get to at 12:02. Also, there's a report out there from an insider. I just cannot understand why we continue to be linked to this person. Somebody's going to have to explain to me, and I'm open to suggestions. Why are we continually linked to this person? We'll get to that at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions are getting ready to head west and take on the Los Angeles Rams this Sunday. Jared Goff spoke with Doug Karsch this morning about that upcoming game and what Detroit needs to do to string back-to-back wins together. The Lions have not won consecutive games this season since weeks 4 and 5 at the end of September and beginning of October. Michigan Hoops takes the floor again tonight after opening Big Ten play with another dominant win on Saturday. The Wolverines moved up to number 2 in the latest AP poll release yesterday. Tonight they host Villanova, who's off to a 7-1 start this year. That game at 6:30 in Ann Arbor. And some news in MLB free agency. Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press is reporting that the Tigers might be interested in signing infielder Ha-Sung Kim this offseason. Also, Kyle Schwarber is re-signing with the Phillies for 5 years and $150 million, while closer Edwin Diaz is leaving New York to join the Dodgers on a 3-year, $69 million deal. At $23 million per year, Diaz's deal sets a new record for average annual value for a relief pitcher. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gators out today. He'll be back tomorrow. So Champ and Chump on a weekend, the runaway winner, there was actually a runaway winner for both. You can go to 971theticket.com and see who won Champ and Chump on a weekend. But the champ of the weekend, I will tell you, was the Indiana Hoosiers. And something occurred to me in thinking about Indiana. If you don't have a dog in the fight, a lot of people root for Indiana. They are a perennial loser. They were technically the losingest football team of all time. More losses than anybody else. They were never really a threat. And they've turned it around. Their head coach came in and said some things. He said some things at his opening press conference that got people's attention. He said some things that turned heads. They were like, really? Listen to this guy. And then he went out and he proved it. Did it on the field. And they're doing it. They're winning in the trenches. It's an attractive brand of football that they play. And people kind of like the Hoosiers now being good. It won't last forever. But in the here and the now, it feels as though Indiana, if you don't have a dog in the fight, people jump on board the Hoosiers. Root for the Hoosiers. A perennial loser has turned it around. And it occurred to me, that's who our Lions have been. In so many ways. A perennial loser, not a threat. Head coach gets hired, says some things about biting kneecaps. Everybody's talking about it. Led to some eye rolls, just like when Curt Cignetti said, I win, Google me. And when he said, Purdue sucks, so does Ohio State, so does Michigan. Like that led to some eye rolls. And then he went out and he built a winner. Just like Dan Campbell with the biting kneecaps. And he's gone out and he's built a winner. And now Indiana, like the Lions, a perennial loser that if you don't have a dog in the fight, you kind of can't help but root for him. So, you know, I mean, that won't last forever. And it's not particularly important. It just kind of caught my attention that there are a lot of similarities between what Indiana is doing in the college football world and what the Lions have done in the NFL world. Now, eventually that wears off. You know, a team that lost forever is, and now they roll out of bed and win, is the Pittsburgh Steelers. When I was a kid and they won their first Super Bowl, I remember people talking about how happy they were for the Rooneys, all those years of losing, and now the Rooneys. And I'm like, okay, now the Steelers, all they do is win. Like, they're talking about firing their coach. They're in a playoff spot again. And they're going to finish over 500 again, most likely. And look, that gets to the point where they're sick of them losing in the first round of the playoffs and all that. And I get it. I guess eventually everybody wears out his welcome. I don't think Mike Tomlin has forgotten how to coach. I think he's a great coach. It just might be over in Pittsburgh. It might have run its course. And eventually people stop rooting for you. I bring it up because I don't know if the Lions are going to carry this sort of out of Detroit cachet for very long. And I don't know if Indiana will either. But I do see some similarities between the Lions and the NFL and Indiana and college football. Okay, I mentioned this before the break. For the life of me, I can't figure out why we keep getting associated with this player. There's another report today from Shams Charania writing about Anthony Davis. And he writes, Anthony Davis of the Dallas Mavericks, another former NBA champion, is expected to be a critical trade target of several teams, including many of the East's top contenders. The Detroit Pistons, the Atlanta Hawks, and the Toronto Raptors are expected to be suitors for Davis, league sources told ESPN. Okay. Somebody help me out. Why would the Pistons want Anthony Davis? Why would the Pistons make a move for Anthony Davis? I'm willing to listen, to be open-minded to it. I mean, sometimes when you're a team that is trying to get over the top, you take a gamble, you roll the dice, say, all right, we will take on this in hopes of getting the best version of this and hope that we go against the grain here a little bit and take on this massive contract of an often injured player who just can't seem to stay healthy. And honestly, he's become a bit of a punchline. Now, that doesn't mean you don't trade for him because he's a bit of a punchline. But are the Pistons really in a position to make this kind of move, to take this kind of risk? Or are they just getting started and a move like this would undermine everything that they built? On top of that, how do you make the salaries match up? As he's owed an astronomical amount of money? Kang, help me out here. What is going on? Why are the Pistons associated with Anthony Davis?
I cannot help you out here because I don't want any part of Anthony Davis. Now, when healthy, this guy's a stud. Don't get me wrong. He is an absolute stud when healthy, but he's just not healthy anymore, especially of late. He started off the year hurt, out of shape with the Mavericks. He's come back to play now for a week or so. But with that being said, I don't think this is what the Pistons team needs. This is not the veteran. This is not the, he's going to be 33 in March before the season's over. This is not the right move. And I personally don't think this is a Trajan Langdon move from the few times we've gotten to talk to him and just outside looking in, what kind of demeanor and how intentional he is with his moves. I don't think this is the big splash if you were to make a big splash type of trade. Now, where is this coming from? Is this coming from Davis's camp? I cannot believe this would be coming from the Pistons camp. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I guess the only way it would make sense is they seem like they're one move away from being elite, I guess, even though they're no number one seed right now in the East. And that's why the Lowry Markkanen, trade rumors are out there and things like that. So maybe
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, but maybe that's why a big name like Anthony Davis is thrown out there. But this could be the fact that the Pistons are good, they're relevant, and they'll be associated or linked to any big name that might be moved.
Maybe. And if this is coming from, an agent, all right, trying to drum up interest, or a Dallas source trying to drum up interest, then this is easy to dismiss. But if this is coming from a Detroit source, has any merit to it, I am absolutely perplexed. And would be shocked to go get a guy who's always hurt and is owed $54 million this year, $58 the year after. And then he's got is it a player option? Hold on.
Yeah, he's got a player option, I believe, that he can decline but it's like a $62 million.
He's not going to decline that.
No. Have the Mavericks tried shopping him to the Lakers for Luka? That might be a deal that they want.
Right. Honestly, I'm open-minded. And I think that there's a lot of smart people actually running the Pistons organization. And I'm not going to crush them because I don't believe that this could possibly be true. But somebody help me out. Why would the Pistons want Anthony Davis? Is this the ultimate gamble, but with your life on the line? And I don't mean literally, but if you are wrong on this one, you could undermine this team's chance of developing for years. Help me out. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in a household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. I remember when this song came out. Christmas time in Hollis. And was it Christmas time in Hollis, Queens? Mom's cooking chicken and collard greens. Am I right? It's been a minute. Run DMC's version of A Christmas Carol. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket, 248-539-9797. An ill reindeer, wasn't that it? I saw an ill reindeer.
Like he was sick? Did he go to the vet?
No. Ill isn't the cool one, but the cool ill. Let's get back to your open line calls. We mentioned the Shams Charania insider report saying that the Pistons are expected to be involved in Anthony Davis. And we're just like, oh, come on. Let me just take a look here at the Eastern Conference standings. The Pistons are 19-5. They have the second best record in basketball. And they're somehow linked to Anthony Davis? I don't know, man. That just seems to me like it would be taking an unnecessary risk in terms of the money you'd have to commit, players you'd have to give up. I just don't know how that makes any sense. DeAndre in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, DeAndre.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Look, first of all, let me say, I don't think Anthony Davis is a bad player. He's a great player, but he just can't stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, the biggest thing is I don't think it's worth the risk. The guy, $54 million, so that means it would have to be, Tobias and Jaden Ivey, they're both on expiring contracts. That's like $36 million there. And then you would have to throw in, they would want to have Ron Holland or Asor, and you don't give up neither one of them. Absolutely not. So
I could maybe part with Holland for the right, DeAndre, I could maybe part with Holland for the right player.
See, you know what the thing is, though? This team is in need of veteran leadership. I'd be willing to give Chris Paul a call and overdoing Anthony Davis.
Well, Chris Paul would cost you nothing.
I know. Yep. But he brings a lot to the table with veteran leadership, and I think he'll get you over the hump. Like I said, Anthony Davis just is not healthy, and you have to give up too much. Bottom line, that's all I'm saying with that.
DeAndre, it's like the Lauri Markkanen trade rumors that are out there. That's for a useful player who fills a skill set that could help this team win here and now, that comes with way less risk. If I'm going big, it's a player like that. I do not understand in any way associating the Pistons with Anthony Davis. And it keeps coming up. Mark got a sell. What's up, Mark?
Hey, this is Mars, man. MARS. I don't think we should get Anthony, man. Great players, like the caller before said. But to me, this reeks of like Blake Griffin, man. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great comparison. Like, you're talking about a player who feels like he's at the end. That every time he gets in the lane and gets fouled, you wonder if it's career-ending. Like, I just don't.
Absolutely, dude's not worth the squeeze, man. It's just not. He's going to want a lot of money too. Like,
well, he's already got a lot of money, and he's not a free agent for a couple of years, and I can't even imagine him lasting a couple of years and us wanting to bring him back. But why the Pistons keep getting associated with him is I find perplexing. Maybe it's a head fake. Maybe this is a total head fake by Trajan Langdon.
He is a big man that could shoot, and we could use that, In a perfect world, I say, man, that would be great. But, nah.
Mars, thank you. We go to Sam. You're next. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Okay.
So, Anthony Davis is becoming the NBA version of Marcus Davenport. So, anyway, no, this makes no sense. I'm guessing that it's either Davis's agent or it's other NBA front offices just trying to stir stuff up. But the reason the Pistons get mentioned is because the Pistons are good all of a sudden. So you're not going to be trading them to some terrible team. Nobody's interested in hearing that. It's all speculation, and who are you going to speculate about? You're going to speculate about the good teams, or even the suddenly good teams like the Pistons.
Sam, the funny thing is about Davenport that you mentioned, Davenport is on a incentive heavy contract. They didn't have to trade for him. They signed him as a free agent. It hasn't worked, and it probably will never work. And yet Anthony Davis comes with a massive price tag financially, and you have to give up a whole bunch of players to get him. Like Davenport makes eminently more sense than Anthony Davis.
Well, yes. I was just referring to the injury. But
sure.
Look, Davis to Detroit isn't happening. Okay, it makes no sense with the team they put together. Now, the idea of Chris Paul, now that could be interesting.
I have no interest in Chris Paul, but it's a no-risk proposition.
Right, and so he's your backup point guard. He backs up Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, I mean, Lauri Markkanen, we can talk, but Anthony Davis?
No, I think the Blake Griffin comp is the perfect comp, but when the Pistons did that, it's almost like they're looking to be relevant. You're not looking to be relevant anymore. You are relevant. You're at the top of the East. This would set you back. I don't even know where this is coming from. I don't want no part of Anthony Davis. I really feel this is coming from the Anthony Davis camp, maybe looking to get him out of Dallas for whatever, or get his next payday, whatever it is. If I'm a Pistons fan, I want no part of Anthony Davis.
Think about what you just suggested, that a guy who's got his resume, given he's hurt all the time, we understand, wants to be in Detroit. Remember what we used to say? It wasn't that long ago. Nobody wants to play in Detroit. Here's a player that might be, you just suggested, trying to start any rumor, his camp trying to get him out of Dallas and get him to Detroit. That's an amazing turnaround, and we don't want him.
No, I mean, if we're talking prime Anthony Davis in mid-20s, sure. But this is not prime Anthony Davis. This is, 33-year-old Anthony Davis by March, and hurt again as usual. No thank you. And I don't want Chris Paul either, since that name came up. That guy literally has not gotten any team over the hump. Like, he has no championships, and he's gone to many teams to try to win a championship. And then this past team he went to, he was apparently undermining the coaching staff, which I don't want here in Detroit at all. So no thank you to Chris Paul. He would bring you nothing here. He's completely at the end of his career.
Let's go to Richard in Detroit. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Richard.
Hey, hello. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Okay. My comparison is with Rasheed Wallace, when the Pistons got Rasheed Wallace. That this team needs exactly what Anthony Davis can do, his skill sets. We don't worry about if he can do the season. If he can finish the season, that's all we need. One good season.
Okay. Well, Richard, I appreciate you calling and saying something the opposite of what everybody else has said, and it sounds like you truly believe it. And you're basically saying, if healthy, you would love to have Anthony Davis.
Of course. He's defensive-minded. He's tough, and that's what you need.
I guess, but where the cost financially and the players you'd have to send back to Dallas, are you willing to take that risk that he will stay healthy?
We don't know what players we're to send back, but the point is, you want to win a championship. We know we got the talent. We need the ingredients now. We need to put it all together. And so once we get Davis, we're going for the championship, not just to be irrelevant. It's going for a championship. Davis is the person we need.
Okay, interesting. I don't think they're trending towards being irrelevant, but I think they're trending towards being a real legitimate contender in the East. A healthy Anthony Davis, provided you don't have to give up too much of your core. And it feels like it all starts with including Tobias Harris, because big contract number, and then sweetening the pot for them, throwing in Ron Holland. I guess the expiring contract of Jaden Ivey. But, how can anyone have any faith he's going to stay healthy? 248-539-9797. It's a Shams Charania report, and it's not the first time we've seen it. And he is linking the Pistons to Anthony Davis. The story goes on to say Mavericks are open to exploring the trade markets for Davis. Center Daniel Gafford, guards Klay Thompson, D'Angelo Russell. Sources said Davis's agent, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul, has met with the Mavericks interim general managers Michael Finley and Matt Riccardi, and requested clarity about whether the franchise wants to extend Davis in the offseason or trade him ahead of the deadline. Finley and Riccardi accepted the messages and stated the franchise wants to keep its options open and view how the team plays the next few weeks, if not ruled out the possibility of an extension. The Pistons, Raptors, and Hawks represent high-level threats in the Eastern Conference and are having serious seasons that give hope that a player like Davis, a 10-time All-Star who spent his entire career in the Western Conference, can elevate them to a viable championship quality team. Davis turns 33 in March. He'll become eligible August 6th to sign up to a 4-year, $275 million max extension. Who's going to do that? Without an extension, he can be a free agent in 2027 if he declines the $62.8 million player option, which I wouldn't expect that he will do. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.